to BTN Reviews, where we talk about the news. Got the scoop you need to hear. Stay a while, join the cheer. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Pour the verb and let it flow. Talking drinks you need to know. Whiskey's aged and barrels old. Stories told in glasses full. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Boys and gadgets, playtime fun. From old school to brand new ones. Action figures, cars that zoom. Feel your heart and light the room. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz, come take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay.
In a world that's moving fast, grips us trying to make it last. But here we are in our own lane, talking world and toys and things, chasing dreams like wild horses. Yeah, faithful hearts in the passion in our veins. We're here to say, from the bourbon's glow to stories untold. Together in this journey, brave and bold.
Hey guys, this is Dave with BTM Reviews. How's everybody doing this fine Friday night? Oof, busy night. Sorry, got delayed. Just doing stuff around the house. You know how it goes. So anyway, after last night's stream, it's gonna be hard to beat that. But I guess on the good side, we're gonna talk about Justified. But I will say, I like the show a lot, but these two episodes were just like episode of the week stuff to me. Nothing really exciting happened, but Jim might argue with me. What do you think, Jim?
Yeah, but no, there was some other stuff going on in there. I don't know, in this Blaze of Glory one, episode 6, I think it was.
The first one, yeah.
Where, Winona was doing stupid woman stuff, and
Yeah, and then the whole 2 episodes was about the stupid woman stuff.
no,
It felt like that, like a 90s, 2000s, 20 episode season show. Like they got to make some stuff to make it interesting with the characters. So it wasn't bad. Don't get me wrong; it was well done. But how you doing, buddy?
I'm all right. I wanted the old guy to get away.
Me too.
I was like, oh man, they're gonna catch him. I wanted him to get away.
I wanted Art to go, you know what, man? Get on the fucking plane. I don't care. I really don't. Especially when he heard his dream, right? Just go sit on a beach, drink beer, and do stuff with hookers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, oh, by the way, Crazy Cat, the show is good, dude. I don't care about that. The show was worth my time. I was wondering though, is that what League of Legends is? Is that because it's Arcane League of Legends? So is that what the story of League of Legends, the game is? That's kind of crazy. I have no idea, but I've never played League of Legends, but the show, Jim, we missed you so much. Stimulated tried and failed to fill your shoes.
Well,
Yeah. There's nobody like Jim, man.
Last night.
Yeah. There's nobody like Jim. Wow. So, oh, did I tell you, Jim, I got my
Good for
Trump
you.
cover read? Did you get yours yet?
No.
I got that yesterday. I was very happy to get it. I only ordered
Why didn't he
4.
send? Why didn't he send all of them at the same time? I don't understand.
I don't know. I got 4. I got 4 of them, but I ordered the blue ones too, right? It was a red and blue. I don't know where they're at. Maybe they're not done yet. So,
Well, supposedly he's got them all. I just don't know why they wouldn't just stick them all in one box. What's up?
Last night we had a picture of Az. I think pretty sure we showed it here last night. Yeah, we had this picture of Az. I'll show it to you. God damn it. Yeah, nobody can see it. All right. So, like, this is now when he's been losing all that weight. He talks about losing all of his weight and stuff. So, Pastor Flash just DM'd me and said, I just forced Ethan to show the picture of Az. That's poor Az. Can't catch a break, Jim. Just can't catch a break. So, yeah. So anyway, today was a good day for me. If you've ever been in sales, Jim, and you wake up in the morning and there's an order in your email before your day even starts, that's a nice day. You get off feeling right. You know what I mean? And then the rest of the day just kind of felt good. No major sales after that, but some sales. You know what I mean? Nothing crazy though. You guys seen enough of Az? I've seen enough of Az. So what else is going on, buddy? Just
some
living
stuff.
life?
I don't want to talk about it right now.
No, I know. Just besides that, I mean, did you not when's your TV getting delivered?
Tuesday or Wednesday?
Oh shit.
I'm not exactly sure because first it was Tuesday and then they said Wednesday. So I don't know.
Did your Starlink show up?
Tomorrow it's supposed to be here.
Are they blaming the hurricane? Are you getting
No,
those?
it's just I don't know what's going on. It's just whatever. But
That
I don't know.
FedEx is classic about reminding the entire world as soon as there's a problem with the weather somewhere. Expect a delay. Okay.
Did you sign up? Do you know there's an app called USPS Mobile for your phone?
Yeah.
And then it shows you pictures of what's coming to your house and everything. I just found out about it. I was like, what?
Dude, I know every piece of mail that's coming to my house every day, so I know whether to go to the mailbox or not that day. I'm surprised they don't open the fucking mail and send me a copy of the letter. But they send pictures of your packages, and then they'll even, now that you signed up for that, Jim, you'll get an email reminder as well saying your USPS package is being delivered today. So,
well, I get a text. Like I don't understand. I get a text, but I've gotten texts forever saying your package was delivered. So that must have been something they had years ago because I've gotten that for a while. A text whenever there's a package saying a package was delivered in your mailbox.
I don't get that. My fucking mailman, he'll leave that goddamn, or the UPS guy is the worst though. He'll leave it in the driveway when it's raining.
And it must have been something weird because I tried to sign up for it and I had it like, and it said like in my normal stuff that I use, it was like, this is already taken. And I'm like,
oh, your email address or whatever.
Yeah. So I go, And so I was like trying to reset my password and it was like asking me questions. And I'm like, I don't remember the answer to these questions.
Yeah. Just start a new email.
I was like, oh, fuck. So
I hate that shit, dude. Like and passwords are the worst. I just try to have one and rotate it like every 6 months when they start, saying you have to update your password. Oh no, I don't want that. What did you think of Powder Jinx, Dave? Man,
talking about the power from that, wasn't that the name of a show?
No, that's in Arcane.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the movie Powder.
Yeah, Powder is a movie, but Powder / Jinx, crazy as hell, like crazy as hell, but well done. The art is what kind of freak you out in the beginning. It did me, Jim. Like, wow, this is like almost Uncanny Valley-ish in the first episode, but they kind of got away with it. And then there's like a mix of art throughout the whole show. It's good, but it's weird too, though. Crazy Cat, that was from 2021. There's only one season, and then when I finished up today, it said the new season the final season is November 9th. Starts November 9th. So, okay. I don't know anything about that. Annihilator has a question for me, Jim. In a hypothetical debate with EVS versus Nerdrotic, what are the strengths and weaknesses both sides would attack each other on? I don't know. I mean, what do you think, Jim?
I don't know that. I don't understand the question really. Like strength or weaknesses of what? Like they both like Ethan has 30 some odd years in the comic book industry and stuff, and
his writer and
artist and everything. So, his opinion about art or storytelling should be pretty good. I mean, Gary. If
he seems to know comics.
Yeah,
right?
He owned a comic book shop, so he should know comics. But I don't know. He's
they're going to argue about the quality of stories in comic books. or
I don't know what the debate would be. I've been talking about like what it depends on what they were debating. Are they debating like Joker 2 or something, or are they debating, Star Wars?
right,
I
which
don't, I mean,
we know they both love it. We know both Gary and Ethan love Star Wars.
yeah, they're just. I mean, Gary just doesn't like what the direction Star Wars has gone, and Ethan is just like, well, whatever. It's still a story.
Yeah, I think he's doing that thing too, like you guys said the other night about Joker too. I think he's just being the opposite. Can he really like Obi-Wan, the
I
TV
don't know.
show?
I've heard actually other people tell me Obi-Wan was good, like not people, just regular people I know said, no, it's good, it's all right. And I asked to sort of think, well, what about this part about the fight? And they said, no, that's possible. It's possible, you know.
That first
I
season
don't.
took them 6 years to make. I can imagine, dude. Those are not short episodes for an animated show. They're long episodes, and was there 10 of them, Crazy Cat? I think there's 10 episodes in the first season, and they're probably like 45, 48 minutes long, Jim, on
What's it
Netflix.
called? Arcane.
Arcane. Arcane.
I think I've heard of it. Actually, is that something?
I've heard of it.
Is it similar to Full Metal Alchemist type of stuff?
It feels like steampunky to me. Would you call it Would you call it steampunk? Crazy Cat, or I don't know. I really, it's not complete steampunk, but it feels like it a little bit to me. I don't know, man. But you've got this whole world, Jim, where you've got the above world and the below world. And of course the people below are not worthy of the people above, kind of thing going on. A lot of shit's going on. Yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
Steampunk aesthetic with fantasy and science fiction. So yeah, I enjoyed it. You saw it too, Scorpio. Yeah, like I gotta say, Crazy Cat, good recommendation. I really appreciate it. And what I noticed is nobody in my house has watched it yet, so I don't even know if my kids know about it. So I'll recommend it to them. They'll probably say, "Dad, we watched that shit 3 years ago. That's why it doesn't show like it's been watched. We watched that a long time ago." Oh, so yeah. Anything going on today in the world of the weirdos? I don't know. I haven't paid any attention today. I was actually busy. Any drama? Any more Tim Pool crying about fucking X not letting blocked people be completely blocked? How cool will you look when you drop that on them? I bet they haven't seen it. You know what, man? They watch a lot of Trailer Park Boys, a lot of South Park, over and over and over. It's like, man, guys, there's a pretty big catalog. Just the new stuff sucks, Dad. There's a lot of terrible stuff. Well, Arcane does not suck. I don't think they've seen Overlord either. I got to tell them about Overlord. I thought I did, but I don't remember if I did. I need to tell them about Arcane. I'll actually tell them to watch Arcane first because there's only one season, and I do think it's better than Overlord in a different way. This is a lot more serious than Overlord. Overlord's just kind of like a comedy. The guy's like, "Fuck, I got to be the boss forever. I don't know how to be the boss forever. It's a video game, so you can't get out of it." So that's pretty funny. And what the hell? I had something pulled up. Oh, shut up. I had something I wanted to talk about. Ooh, I don't know, man. What do you think? We're going to go through our review, but do we want to talk about these flat earth guys tonight, Jim? Hopefully he'll get back and he'll want to talk about that. Mm. Let me think on that for a second. Crazy Cat. Because I watched it all at once today, throughout the day. So, Jim, we're going to talk, of course, about Justified. I don't, there's not like a lot really to talk about. It's just as far as you're muted, Jim.
The opening scene. Sorry, I was had to take care of something. The opening scene I think is good where they're at the office and then there's the interchange between like the ATF I think and Ava, and then Art kind of comes to Boyd's defense and says, "No, I don't think that was a threat. A threat would be like if you say another word to Miss Crowder, I'm going to beat the ever loving fuck out of you."
Yeah, oh yeah, that was really cool. Like, yeah, that was what was. Yeah, we can go through it. We got to do our daily Sunflare report. We didn't get one yesterday, obviously, but when we get there in that second episode at the end, I was kind of fucking like some trust issues going on there between Art and Raylan.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, right? Like he knew something was messed up. So yeah.
Yeah, it comes it'll come around later.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
I'm saying like that whole thing. Is that where Art sees him going into the room, put stuff away? It's like,
well, he's standing outside the door while what's her name's in there, right?
Yeah.
That third episode was incredible. That when I just went back and read the synopsis, Crazy Cat, yeah, dude, I'm telling you, Jim, it's a really good animated show. It's not anime, like it's like Western feel. Kevin says, "Yay, no hat." He's got food too, Kevin. It's a double whammy. I had a fish fry tonight, Jim.
Oh yeah, what'd you have? What kind of fish?
Cod.
I don't really like cod.
No?
No, when I was living in California, we went ling cod fishing, like Half Moon Bay. It was gross. Like when I saw the fish come up, I was young at the time, so when it came up, the eyes bulging out. I was like, "Oh, what is that?" Then I ate the fish, and I was like, "Oh, I don't like this fish."
So you're a kid.
Yeah, I was like, I don't like this fish.
I like cod. I remember growing up as a kid, living in Alaska. They used to catch halibut, right? And that it's just a big ass flounder, right? Mm-hmm. But my dad caught one over 400 pounds. Dude, that thing, he brought that fucking fish home to the garage and he's got it on the table that he's made out of sawhorses and a piece of wood. And he starts filleting this thing and it's got one eye looking at me, Jim. Because it's a big flat fish with one eye. Freaked me out, but damn, it was so good.
Halibut's really good.
Yeah.
I really like snapper and grouper's all right. Snapper and then like freshwater fish I like too, like smelt. I like perch,
catfish,
crappie, walleye. Catfish is good. Like a family member of mine had a rock quarry in Galesburg.
I like crappie a lot.
And they had had catfish in the quarries because it was rock bottom, so the catfish was clean white meat. No, it didn't have the dirt track or nothing. Because if they're on mud, then it'll be like.
So they were just feeding the fish, basically.
Yeah, they would just feed them and raise. They were basically had farm raised catfish. And so when you're going to come, you'd tell them I'm coming, and they wouldn't feed the fish for a couple of days. And you could put an empty hook in there, and they were biting on it.
Sure, yeah. All over Arkansas, they got those fish farms, but they're basically just to sell fish to restaurants. That's all they're doing.
Yeah, trout's good too. I like trout.
Yeah, that's a good question. How many bags of popcorn do you keep in the house?
Enough.
And what did you add to your cheese-flavored popcorn?
More cheese flavor.
You added white cheddar to your cheddar?
Yeah, I prefer the white cheddar.
Are we gonna go there again?
You know, the best of the cheddars, the white cheddar.
The white cheddar. You like Asiago cheese?
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. The only cheese I don't like is blue cheese.
Really?
Yeah.
The dressing or any of it, huh?
Nope.
Wow.
Nope.
That surprises me.
Well, it tastes rotten to me. I don't know.
He's adding white cheddar to his cheddar
Cheese
popcorn. Yeah.
I like it to be the cheesiest.
Well, you did it.
It's not easy being cheesy.
Whenever I make popcorn for the grandson, he makes sure I put cheddar on top of the popcorn. So your dog barks for food?
Yeah.
Wow. Mine just sit at my feet and just fucking look at me. I got eight.
She's rules, but she'll if I don't pay attention to her and she'll hey, I'm sitting here, feed me.
4 sets of eyes looking at me every time I eat something down here. So I usually get about half of it because I give it to the fucking dogs. What's up, Strange Signal? Let's do our weather report, Jim. Or sunfly report.
Good morning, folks. Today we'll be looking at a bit of space weather, the solar polar magnetic field flip and its connection to sunspot cycles, some gorgeous shots of a nearby symbiotic star, and a book review. Let's begin, as always, with the last 24 hours on our star, and it was a much quieter day, and that's from relative quiet we had before. No significant solar flares. The solar wind at Earth is very quiet, geomagnetic conditions are calm, plasma filaments have remained stable. There are unlikely to be any disruptions in the solar wind coming this weekend. And here is the X-ray flux chart. We're taking some M-class flares middle of the week, but even those have died down now. We're firmly seeing C-class X-ray production at a maximum. This is mostly due to a lack of sunspot complexity. These spots may be well numbered and have a bit of size, but they're not magnetically complex and are therefore not producing much in the way of solar flares. You may have heard the announcement from NASA and NOAA this week that we have officially hit sunspot maximum, something that frankly was true months ago. But now they have declared it, meaning the sun's magnetic fields have reversed. And that is indeed what the data shows us. We still have another year of sunspot maximum and then the geomagnetic maximum in the 1 to 2 years after that. Very soon we should be seeing the reversed polarity sunspots that indicate the declining trend beginning in the cycle, even though they will still be quite active for a while. Let's go next to our Aquarii, a symbiotic star about 700 light years away, doing quite the fireworks.
Did he say symbiotic? So it's like a
Symbiotic.
symbiote, like Venom. It's gonna attack and
I guess so.
it's gonna take over Spider-Man.
Yeah. He loves showing these fucking pictures of light that's millions of miles away, doesn't he?
That was weird.
That was a weird sound. What was that?
Something started playing on my phone.
Oh. What's the dog's name, Jim?
Bella.
Oh, yeah?
Bella. Yeah. Bella.
Hmm.
Cowbell.
Cowbell. Bella. God, I think I had a cat named Bella years ago. Can't remember. Too many cats. They go away quick.
Yeah. I have one cat right now. I had two. The other one died.
I didn't even know you had a cat.
Yeah.
Inside?
Inside, yeah.
Yeah. Just sleeps all fucking day, right?
Yeah, and then runs around out in the middle of the night chasing geckos all night, brings them in the house, and you got to find these geckos with their tail missing, running around. It's like, what the hell?
Well, at least she's active.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's actually old. She's like 10 years old now, 11 years old. So I don't know how much longer she's going to make it.
Yeah, we had one live for like 16 years. But most of them last about 10. Because they get the shit beat out of them when they go outside sometimes, and they come back all beat up. We had one cat. He came back like he fought 10 other cats. He probably found a fox or something, and they got into a fucking fight. So, all right, go ahead.
Fireworks display. This binary system does a weird semi-continuous directed micronova action along its polar axis, spewing material outwards from the interaction dynamics and eruptive behavior of the mass transfer. When stars encounter outside material, they do tend to erupt, whether that's from a binary star, a gas cloud, dust, or a comet. Folks, yesterday a fairly popular Substack did a review of my textbook, Weatherman's Guide to the Sun, 3rd edition. I want to thank them for the positive review and identification of importance, and for those who do not know, the place to get our books now is the Observer Ranch store, either in person or online. Not only do we have my textbook of solar climate forcing, but my other 2 books on the Earth disaster cycle and the magnetic pole shift, and everything that's coming along with it. You can get those books.
This guy's written 3 books.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it says here. The first one was the Sun Weatherman book that's actually used in universities to teach people about the sun.
Is that right?
Yeah.
He
The
didn't-
textbook. These other 2 are, a little
Just
more,
like
not,
woo-woo
they're
stuff.
science, but they're probably more woo, 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 woo.
Right.
About, Earth disaster cycle and the next world and all that stuff.
Did you finish
and much
Ancient
more at the
Apocalypse?
store.
I did.
Did you
was
like
all
it?
right. You know what?
I wasn't impressed this time.
It wasn't as good as the last season. It seemed like it was more just the same thing. He kept repeating the same thing over and
Do
over
I have
again.
to have a whole episode about fucking goddamn DMT?
I guess.
I don't, dude. I mean, like
Did-
it was
did
only
you
6. It was only 6 episodes. I didn't need a fucking episode on shaman.
Yeah, did you see him on Rogan though?
Yeah, I watched that.
Because he says if they get a season 3, it's going to be all on Egypt.
Yeah,
So that would be good. I
yeah,
would like that.
yeah. Because, but you heard what he said too. He tried to get that one guy to come on the show that does the water erosion stuff, and he said he refused to show up on the show.
Oh, who? Robert Schock?
Yeah, he said he
probably
loved.
didn't want-
He said that on Rogan's show. He said, I love Shock, but we haven't talked since like 2016. He goes, I don't know why. I don't know if I pissed him off. He goes, I do tend to piss people off.
We also have several upcoming events at Observer Ranch. We'll be talking disaster cycle this Saturday in a combined event with my birthday. There's a Halloween event for kids. And then next month, the informational conferences return to the observers. Come see us. observerranch.com. We greatly appreciate your support. We'll do this all again tomorrow. Right here, but right now it's 5:30 a.m. in the new Valley of the Sun. Eyes open. No fear. Be safe, everyone.
Yay. It was a boring Sunday. A boring day for the sun.
Yep.
Hey, Crazy Cat, I just looked it up on Amazon. You can buy that Arcane Season 1 in 4K. It's normally $59. They got it for $40 right now. And it's 4K. And I don't know why they think they need to do that, Jim, give you the 4K and Blu-ray version. Why do they think they need to do that? If you got a 4K, why are you playing it on Blu-ray? Doesn't
I
make
don't know.
sense. Just to make you feel like you're getting more value?
Well, I mean, 4K is a 4K Blu-ray. It's
No, but they give you a 4K disc and a Blu-ray disc.
maybe the people want to copy it with Blu-ray because with Blu-ray it's a lot. It's like a quarter of the size
Oh, to rip it?
to rip it. Yeah. So
Oh. Okay. Now, if the show's on Netflix permanently, you think it's worth owning on DVD? Probably, right? Because they'll still manipulate.
they could take it off and get rid of it. They've done that with other shows like HBO. There's shows that were on HBO that they don't have, that if you don't own them, you can't watch them. I think that Vinyl show is one of those.
Why was it too controversial?
I don't think so. I just think maybe it did. Like if it's not getting enough play, if people aren't watching it enough, they kind of go, "Oh, well, it's taking up bandwidth."
Yeah. Well, that sucks. So you can't even find it. It's not even like in their archives, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I just bought it. I liked it that much.
Oh, Julio, are you playing D&D, or are you gonna come here and
He
talk
said he
to
had
us?
some work. He said he had some work to catch up on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on a Friday night. Sounds a little communist to me. He's probably catching up. We haven't started talking about the show yet, though, Julio. If you want to jump in, man, you can give us your thoughts. Julio was great last night. He hung in here.
Julio was on?
Oh yeah, he hung in here the whole time too, bud.
Oh, sure. I'm not here, and then he stays late. What do you know?
Well, he did see. Yet we told him, speak your mind. Don't worry about what you say, man. It's fun. Just talk. He's always worried that he's going to make somebody mad. I was in a mood, Kevin. So if you want to jump in, Julio, please do. I sent it to ID also, but who knows with his work schedule. So this is the opening scene, right, Jim, of season or episode 6.
Yeah, of episode 6, where they're talking to the ATF, and and it's basically like, remember, like if they were threatening them, then we can't charge you if you were in fear of your life and all that.
Yeah, and she's like acting real nonchalant. Like is she just used to dealing with the cops? Is that just like? But this ain't the fucking county cops, man. These are the feds.
Yeah, the only thing is like when they said something about felony murder, and she's like, "Is that something like hot lava?"
Yeah, I didn't get it. Like, what? Like, does she just think that there's no way they can pin anything on her, so she don't give a fuck?
Maybe, I don't know.
But they again, like in this whole episode, this is all we see of Goggins and her, and then after this scene, it's over. They're out for the whole episode.
Yeah, I don't even know if are they in the next episode.
Oh
Not
yeah,
really,
that's
right?
that's when Goggins gets the security job for the
Okay,
mine.
oh, for the mine, yeah, because they yeah. Like, and that's one thing I was upset. I don't know if I'm spoiling anything. I can't remember the next episode all the way. If that, I was shocked that redhead and Boyd didn't hook, or redhead and Braylon don't hook up.
Well, they did not in this episode. She looked like she wanted to, of course, at the end. Like,
were they in a hotel room at the end?
No, they were in the courtroom when she's
okay. Never mind. That'll be the next episode.
I'm sure there's more coming with this.
Yeah, she puts the moves on him, and he basically just goes no. And I'm like, what? Yeah, I'm like, what? That would have been. He's not really with anybody, He's like,
yeah, like. So
she does this whole thing, dude, where she's like, she's like, no, I got a cat, and I just call it Cat, and I just pet him. Here, kitty, let me pet you.
She does that.
When she's going up to him, I'm like, oh, they're gonna get it. And I'm like, no,
don't do that with a hot redhead, man. That's not right. That's not right. Oh boy. Yeah, and these ATF guys, they're really trying to come down hard and heavy.
Yeah. Yeah, they asked about the money.
This is about the money, right?
Yeah, some of it. She goes, I thought it all burned up. He goes, like, some of it burned up.
But he gave her like $20K, right? Last
something
episode,
like that. Yeah,
there was
$20K.
Only $20K. He said that this ain't going to pay off the mortgage, but it'll help get you a little closer.
This is like, this guy go, did she screw all your relatives or just you two? And then I think Paige says, no, agent, I'm gonna something. But if you disrespect Ava, I'm gonna come across this table.
Yeah.
And that's when the agent says something about, sure, Marshall, you can arrest him now or something. And then he's like, no, he didn't. That wasn't really a threat. The threat would be if he said, like, I'll beat the ever-loving fuck out of you.
If you talk to her. It's weird.
And the way Art said it, looking at it, was basically like, I'm telling you right now, shut the fuck up. Knock it off.
About her. Yeah. Like, why are you doing this? But if you disrespect it, they got nothing on him, right? They got nothing on him.
Yeah.
This is the weird dynamic of this show. They even say it in this episode or the next episode. She's like, when they're in the courtroom and they're talking to each other and she's finding out their history and she goes, wow, this is like a love story.
Yeah.
between him and Raylan. It's so funny because it is.
Yeah, this is what Raylan's like. Raylan, boy. He's like, I am impressed how you're walking out of here not in cuffs. You know.
Yeah, right. Didn't he also kind of say something about we're both fighting for this defense? We're both defending the same woman or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Just to dig it at him. Like, but I don't even think they're doing anything, are they?
Who? Boy, Ava?
Yeah.
They haven't hooked up yet. No,
Uh-uh.
they haven't hooked up yet.
Well, that's inevitable. Yeah.
But and then this whole scene where she finds out that Gary mortgaged the house to buy a racehorse.
An Arabian.
An Arabian. Yeah.
What is Gary doing? Like, what is he doing? Is he just trying to get rich quick? Is that his deal?
He's trying to do something.
Yeah, it was really weird. Like, we have to get divorced to get the finances straight because I bought a horse. Like, what? Oh, she said she was waiting for him all night.
Yeah.
And he never showed up.
Right. And then so he said something. She was waiting for somebody to come, and then something about putting the judge wants to put the documents for this Castle Rock case, I think, or something like that. I don't know if it was Castle Rock or something close to Castle Rock, whatever. And he's like, that's kind of extreme. And she goes, oh, you think the judge is extreme?
Yeah. Well, like, you want it locked behind the cage? It's paperwork.
Yeah. And then he's like, oh, I don't have the keys for that. And she's like, well, why didn't you tell me that? He goes, well, I just thought you wanted it in here. I didn't know you wanted it in the back of the cage.
Yeah. You said the evidence room, not the cage. There's two different places.
Yeah.
They do their best to make her look hot as fuck all the time, too.
Yeah.
Like, they get all these angles. Like in the bank.
Yeah.
Because that's where this goes next, right? To the bank.
Yeah, she goes in there and sees this bunch of money, and she thought maybe it's counterfeit. But if it was counterfeit, why would it? Anyway,
I don't understand, like, what her justification was for just seeing $20,000 in a fucking evidence room, and she could just take it. Like,
it's $150,000.
Whatever.
Yeah, I'm saying it was 150,000 and like
200,000. It's 210. Yeah, whatever.
Something like that. But here's the thing, though. They could have got away with it because there was no.
They got away,
but they could have got away with keeping it. They should have just kept the fucking money. You already took it.
Well, that's
this whole thing. Put it back. It's like, what do you mean, put it back? Keep
that's what Tim told Raylan.
Yeah.
Oh shit! There's $210,000 in here that's out of that nobody cares about. Let's just take it and go to the islands, dude. Like, Tim has the right plan. Yeah, I mean, at the point when they said they had the meeting and they said, not going to do anything about this. This money's not illegal and nobody's claiming it. So whatever. Raylan should have said, yeah, just keep that money at your desk. We'll take it home tonight.
Yeah, but then, of course, Rachel had to come in and go, well, I talked to a friend at the FBI, and he said that money's been missing.
Yeah.
Been out of circulation. And it was from part of a bank robbery from back in this day.
And they had the trial in this courthouse.
Yeah. And all that judge died. Oh, man. And they're like, well, maybe it's got to be gone. The judge sent an order. Well, maybe the order never got sent. Maybe it never got sent anywhere.
Yeah,
the bank went bankrupt, is out of business, went defaulted in a loan crisis. So there's nowhere for the money to go.
And
keep that money.
The guy running the lockers like, yeah, they gave an order. I got a box of fucking vinyl pops over here that they have an order to ship. They've been there for 10 fucking years. Like, we don't ship everything just because they give the order. Are you crazy? So now I would think if the bank was still in existence and there was an order to give their money back, the bank would have came looking for it.
Yeah, the bank would have said, where's my money? But there's nobody asking for the money, so...
Yeah. And, here's the weird thing, Jim. The money's still there. but nobody knows her, right? Because
Yeah.
they didn't put it in the same locker. So somebody's gonna open that locker one day and go, "Wow, what's all this?" Somebody's gonna get rich off that money eventually. I'm sure it'll never come back up again, but somebody's gonna steal that money. I thought that's what was weird. When we get to that part, we'll talk about it. You have to do something.
Yeah, just 1 second.
All right. Just 1 second, chat. Yeah, Julio, if you're not feeling like coming in and you just want to hang in the chat, that's cool too, sir. Did anybody see that fucking Beetlejuice movie? I saw it. I didn't hate it. It was not like I liked Beetlejuice, but Beetlejuice could be way over the top, and he still is in this movie. He's Beetlejuice. That's what he is. But they did a good job with this movie. Now, Winona Ryder does look like she's aged quite a bit. They did her up with a lot of makeup. You can tell. Keaton, you can't tell he's in makeup. Hell, half of it feels like CGI. It's so crazy looking all the time. So, all good?
Yeah, all good.
All right. I was asking the chat if they'd seen Beetlejuice yet.
It's on demand now, I think.
I watched it last week. It's good, Jim. Yeah. If you like Beetlejuice, yeah, it's good. They did a good. They kept Winona Ryder. She does look old because she is getting older, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, this is cool because something comes up, so he has to give her the keys and just says, "Yeah, just go back there and put it in any one of those things. They're old. We don't use them anymore."
Yeah, he's in small town Kentucky. What are you going to steal? He knows her.
Yeah. And then she sees the money and she's like, goes to the bank to check it out, and I'm like, next, and it just so happens that this is the bank that gets robbed, and it just so happens that it's the, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's a show, right?
I know,
but why was she going to the bank to check to see if it was counterfeit?
She wanted to see if it was counterfeit. Like, I would have went to a grocery store and just been like, just
give them $100. They put
give them $100. They're gonna check if it's real.
Yeah, they do every time you give them a 50 now. Sometimes 20s they're doing it with. So yeah, that's everybody's face in line though at the bank though, Jim. She's got the perfect face. They're like, no, hurry up.
And he pulls out a nice Tech 9. No.
Yeah.
And so then she, she's put like why she's worried about them getting the $100 bill from her. What's like
take it.
It's I found it.
Who cares? Seriously, just take it. That guy was a disgusting idiot, though. This is one guy. This is one guy I wish Raylan would have actually shot.
Yeah. Well, it's great at the end of this though with the, hey dipshit, you know where I'm from?
Yeah,
Harlan County. Bam. Down there, we know the difference between road flares and dynamite.
Yeah, it was good, but I wish he would have just fucking whacked him too. I do like he said, and you're the smart one, and he gets down on the floor. I was like, oh shit, this guy's gonna kill me. Yeah.
Raylan bitch there. All the times I told you what to do, give him your shit, don't look at him.
He has no idea that she stole the money.
Yeah, he doesn't know. Yeah, then she's like, what do you want to do? And he's like, she's like, shoot the, if you get a chance to the guy that hit me, it's something, put one in him or something like that. And then he's trying to basically, and he finds out, she's like, oh, I got to talk to you. I got to tell you something. And then Raylan's like trying to get on the team. I want to be on the entry team. He's like, Art's like, no, I can't let you be on the entry team, but if you want, I can let you take him out, and you can bang his head on the car when you're loading him in the car or something.
Oh, he's afraid he's gonna whack him.
Yeah, he's like, no. But it's funny, like, no, I can't let you go in and shoot the guy, but you could just, just because he messed up your ex-wife.
Your ex-wife, yeah.
And this woman comes in, what? No, my husband, no, he's at church.
Yeah, this scene was pretty good. You know, he's such a great man, and he's been married. He's been married his whole life to this woman who's defending the fuck out of him, and his dream is to just go to an island and drink beer and get, blowjobs from hookers.
Yeah.
Now, this guy's been in a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
This
He's
was
not
okay.
happy with.
Right.
He's not happy, but I think like he was planning the whole time to take the money from them and rip them off. He
I
knew he
agree.
couldn't do this himself. He needed people to help him, but he wasn't planning on sharing the money.
I agree 100%.
Yeah, they were talking about the money in the database. This is where she goes, "Oh shit, they have bills and databases. They're going to track the money." It's mostly for the Secret Service, super dollars. Oh, and so she's like, "Oh, Raylan, we need to talk. I think I have a problem." And then he's like, "Wait, tell me again. Come in here." Shh.
Mhm.
She's like, "So you took one bill because you wanted to make sure it was real." And he's like, yeah, just one bill's no big deal. And then later on, he finds out that she took all the money.
All
She's like,
bills.
what the fuck? You
Just
took
all
all
the money. Yeah. Here's it was great. And she says, "Are you mad?" "What do you think?" Like, why are you asking the question?
I can let you bang his head when you put him in the car. It's a good scene. Okay, thanks.
The more he's in it, the better he gets. Like, like he's actually getting better at his role. Like he knows what it is, Jim. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So the more I see him, the more I like him.
This whole scene where he's the guy says he wants to talk to who's ever in charge, and Art comes at him, and Art tells him, that was me chasing you 30 years ago.
Oh, on this Zoom call? Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's been robbing banks for 30 years?
Well, he was in prison for 30 years.
Oh. Yeah, he's in prison. Yeah.
He just got out like 6 months ago, compassionate release for his emphysema or whatever.
And his wife stuck with him that whole time.
Yeah.
Not good. Not good at all. Not a good man. But you wanted him to get away.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I wanted him to get away. I can't remember. Does he tell him where he's going to go? Does he tell him go to the Tate Creek Bridge again or something? That road that keeps coming up in the show? The one where Jared Hale got shot in the head in the first episode?
He said something about where he's at, and they said, "Do you really think he's going to be there?" And that's when, what's his name, Walt, he figures out by going through the computer where he's going to be.
Yeah.
Because it was,
tell you how long it take to trace the call. Too long. So
here's the one thing, and when we get there, we'll talk about it. But that I didn't find believable.
yeah,
So they went through the computer. Nobody found anything. Not even porn. Nothing usable for the case.
yeah, just some video games, and then they're like, wait. Then they see it's a flight simulator. It's like, oh, this guy used to have an airplane. He used to fly to the Bahamas and stuff. And
Right.
so they get into a fight. He doesn't want to take him with him, and then I think he fakes having a
An
seizures
attack.
to get them to leave him there.
Because he knew that they were going to go rob another bank.
Right, he had it all set up. But he told them they were waiting on some drop from a racetrack or something, which wasn't true.
No, what he told him is, "I'm not going back on the road with this fucking asshole," because he shot that security guard when you said if they move, shoot him, and he twitched, so I shot him. He goes, "No, I'm not working with him. He's crazy. He's not good."
Yeah.
So you're believing that, you know what, he's like the honest guy, right? Like he's the guy that doesn't want to be the bad guy, but he's actually a bad guy too.
Yeah. Well, no, he just said you never shoot somebody unless you have to.
No, I'm saying, but he really didn't care. He just wanted them to be separated from him so that he could run away with the money.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he had them convinced they had to be there by a certain time because they'll put the money behind a time lock and stuff. And
This is when they talk about what they can't find on the computer.
yeah. Oh, and this is funny too because like Raylan comes in and says, were you able to get up on Reasoner's computer?" And this tech guy goes, "What am I, an asshole?" Like, and he's like, "Wait, what? Like, what? I'm asking a question."
Well, that's my
like,
fucking job, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. And then this guy walks in and says, just got a phone call that the two guys' names just walked into First Cumberland of Versailles. And so it was the guy, calling in. It's funny too.
This is what I didn't like. It's a bank robbery. But they explain it. They said they were in there so long because they're waiting for the drop, right? That's why nothing happened. That's what gave Raylan had no clue. They didn't call the local PD. He just shows up.
Yeah, no, they call the marshal's office.
No, I'm saying, but Raylan, I have no fucking idea how far Versailles is from where they're at. So if it's a bank robbery, you try to get out of there in 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
You do. So there's no local PD available that you could have called, maybe sit outside the bank, just wait for them to come out.
Well, they said something about they called the ATF or the FBI or something. They said, this call us, this chicken shack has been robbed so many times. Call us after it's over or something like that. Or I can't remember something.
Well, the agents were there. The two were with them. But of course he does all the heavy lifting, right?
Yeah. 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 Raylan's like, I'll go in,
Mm-hmm. Cover the perimeter in case I need backup.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's Art discovers the flight simulator and knows, oh shit. So, but how did he know what airport to go to? Is there only one airport?
Really?
Maybe.
For small airplanes, and like even farmers have fucking small airports.
So I'm saying you would think there'd be quite a few airports.
Yeah.
Every 40, 50 miles there should be a small airstrip.
I mean, I don't know if it's his plane, because he said, "Oh yeah, I remember you owned a plane." So I don't know if that was still his plane and he knew where that plane was at. That might have been why. Yeah, these two knuckleheads.
Where's Frank? And they're like, oh, something about we left him, something like that. And he goes, well, then who made the call? And they go, where's the money? And they're like, in the truck. And they go, oh shit, the truck's gone. And there's like, somebody stole it. He goes, hey, asshole, you left the money in the trunk? The truck's gone. Frank took the truck.
Yeah, right.
Who do you think called us or something like that? And he's like, well, we're going to wait for the shipment to come from or I'm going to huff and puff and blow this down. And that's when he goes, you know where I'm from?
And no, he says, we're going to wait for that truck to come in and we're going to take our money. Like it's our money. Like you own it. Like you have permission to take that money. Screw off, man. Not cool.
Yeah, so he's like, clearly you're the smart one. I'm hoping you know what to do now. And the guy goes, all right, and gets down on the ground. That's what Raylan tells him. You know where I'm from? Harlan County. Whack! Down there, we know the difference between.
He got in close to whisper to him too, right? You know where I'm from? Yeah.
Oh, so first he's like something about you're the one who likes to hit defenseless women or something like that.
Kick innocent women or something.
Yeah.
I wish I had the ability to knock somebody out with one punch.
Yeah. So here he is. I want to know how Art got there before him. Too. That's another thing. Like, wait, what? Art was there waiting for him?
Yeah. Like he knew where he was going to park and everything. Like he just happened to be at the right bay to walk out right when he gets out of the truck.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Like, God, TV is so good. But you can't look at that stuff in too much detail or it'll drive you nuts.
And then this I didn't understand. Remember, I used to teach firearms at Glencoe. How the fuck would he know?
Yeah, well, he doesn't know you, dude. You chased him. He didn't.
Yeah, how does he
chase
know?
you.
It's like it's something somebody wrote in there and then didn't think it's for us watching it to remember that he used to teach firearms.
He didn't have to say remember. He said it. You know.
All he had to do is say, "I used to teach firearms at Glencoe, so I'm going to hit you."
He could have said, "You may not know this, but," or something, but not remember. Why would he fucking remember?
Yeah. Then he's like, "Oh, why'd you come out here so I'd high noon it with you?" And all that, and then where's the rest of everybody? He goes, they're fooling around at the banks with Bobby Green and the other guy. Yeah, if you run him and put a bullet in the tank, he's like, "Well, I saw what happened at the end of Jaws or something like that." And then he takes it off and tries to make it. And then Art's also having trouble.
I didn't like this. I didn't like this. They're making Art look like a very old man. Like he's
with the hearing aids and everything. And
he can barely, like, he's like, "Oh man, I got to run." Really? Like, he's not that old, dude. If he was that old, he wouldn't be in his position.
This was kind of cool, though. Bet you wish you quit smoking now. That shit'll kill you. As he's taking out some dip.
He pulls in a dip. Yeah, it's great. But he was very nice to bring the air tank with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, little fishing village, blah, blah, blah. How did Raylan get back here so quick?
Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't make a lot of sense. If it was that close to the air, if it's that close to where he stole the truck from to go there, then how did Art beat him there?
Right. And now see, that don't look like Kentucky.
No, not at all.
That looks
there
like
are some hills.
That looks like California hills.
Yeah.
There ain't no fucking beautiful green trees in those hills, dude. Yeah. That shit does not look like Kentucky.
Yeah. No, those are like different kind of hills.
Yep.
Yeah. This is where he says, "Yeah, so I took all the bills. I went through and took all the old bills out, the ones that, before they redesigned it." She's like, "No, there was a corner missing."
Nah, she didn't say that till the next morning.
Oh, it's the next morning. Okay.
She wakes up.
Yeah.
After he thought he fucking took care of it.
Yeah. Oh, that's next episode, right?
Yeah. That's how it starts. Basically with her waking up in a panic. Does he live in a fucking hotel room the whole series? Jim?
No, not the whole series.
Like a lot of it?
Series. I think right up to the beginning of the next season, like first episode of the next season, he has to move out of the hotel room because another person gets killed in there. Makes it like 3.
Oh, so the hotel asked him to leave.
Yeah, like he was asked to leave. He's like, "You've killed too many people here. You need to go."
Oh, okay. It's getting a little old with him, but he's not a poor guy. He's making a decent government salary in fucking poor ass Kentucky. He can go find a house.
Well, in actuality, though, he does end up living with her in her house with Gary. Her house, her and Gary's house. He ends up living there for a while, and then after that, he ends up living above a bar in an apartment above a bar. So it's real easy for him to just toddle down and have a drink and toddle back up and pass out.
Okay.
It was never here.
Are you mad? What do you think? Yeah. Of course I'm fucking mad. You're putting my fucking job in jeopardy with this bullshit. Which I don't even know why he felt like he needed to defend her on this one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
well, because he probably thought they would think he was involved because he was down there with, you know what I mean? And
Oh, he let her in the room.
Yeah. And this is, now you notice Gary is meeting with Wynn Duffy, and Wynn Duffy's new bodyguard. And at the last season, there was that whole scene where there was a shootout, and Wynn Duffy got shot, and a
Mhm.
guy got killed, 2 people got killed, and everything. And so it's weird that he's meeting with this guy, you know.
Well, I think this guy Duffy did it to like kind of scare him a little bit, right? Like he was being real creepy, like
Yeah.
talking about his intestines in a bottle and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And he's like, he goes, "What do you really want, dude?"
Yeah, he's like, I have a very exciting investment opportunity.
And then it ends.
Which
we don't hear anything
does.
else about it.
I think a couple
In this
episodes, it's gonna come back in a couple episodes.
Oh, I'm sure
what was
it
going
is.
on.
Yeah, Gary's gonna.
And it
get
ain't
fucked
good for
over.
Gary.
No, it's never good for Gary. Gary's that guy. He's Walter White in season 1 of Breaking Bad, right? Nothing works out until it finally fucking does.
Yeah. And so here she is.
He was going in there to pick up his last paycheck,
Yeah,
right?
she's like, "Oh, we made a huge mistake getting rid of you. I want to bring you in to work for me, because she's having some trouble with some people. In actuality, it's the Bennett's she's having trouble with."
Well, that's not what she says. And to be
I know.
clear, I want you to work security.
Yeah.
He says, "I don't know if you know about my history." She says, "I think you'd be perfect. I know all about your history. So get in a goddamn car." "Oh, but do you have a suit?" He goes, "No." She goes, I think
we can
there's
stop
a
at a
JC
Penny.
Penney on the way.
Yeah.
So they go to JC Penney and get a suit. Why does Goggins always look like he's really having conversations with people? It's not like some fake. He looks like he's just a good actor, dude. He's believable, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, he's a good actor. He's a really good actor.
like Oliphant sometimes can just always have the same goofy look on his face. Tremendous actor, yeah. He's great. And I'm glad they put him in a lot of this episode. Oh, the Wednesday coffee thing.
Yeah, you're supposed to bring the coffee, and
The
so
FBI.
he volunteered them to do the grunt work to track down all the money and do all this stuff. And
Yeah, because they're busy with Al Qaeda in Kentucky.
yeah, and he's like, "What do you mean? Did they treat?" He goes, "Well, last time we didn't track all the money, they got mad and yelled at me." He's like, "Oh, you don't want that to happen again."
And now he's weirdly looking at fucking video from the bank like he's going to see something.
Well, he's trying to see if you could see them taking the money off or anything like that. But luckily for them, they had a potato camera.
Mm-hmm. The resolution was awful, right?
Yeah, see, I
Yeah.
mean, look at it. It's like, can't tell what's going on.
This is 2000, what, 7 or 8? That's
Yeah.
somewhat believable.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised they didn't have actual film cameras. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't analog.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
analog, actually, you could blow it up a lot better.
Right.
Yeah. So he thinks he's found the money.
Oh, yeah.
And here's this whole thing with this guy talking about the mine and stuff, and then they see a boulder come and get him. And then she's like, "Do you want to watch it again?" And Boyd's like, "No, I'm good."
Yeah, what was that about? I don't know what that was about.
Well, they're getting sued because this guy was supposedly got killed, but he was trespassing on. He was trespassing when on their land, so technically, it's not their fault. He shouldn't have been there.
Right. Too bad that ain't how the law works. Necessarily, Jim, right?
Yeah, well, should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The agitators are going to go ape shit. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're going to try to get the tape excluded and say that it's, was illegally filmed on their property.
Oh, yeah. And this guy, this guy playing video poker, I wanted Raylan to slap him in the fucking head.
Yeah.
So disrespectful, man. So disrespectful. He drove all the way down here to get the evidence, and he acts like he has no idea.
Yeah, no. Another deputy picked it up.
And are marshals deputies?
Deputy marshal, deputy
Are
U.S.
they?
marshal. Yeah. There's only one marshal in Kentucky, and each state has one marshal for the state,
Oh, okay.
and then all the rest are deputies.
Oh,
And there's chief deputies, assistant chief, stuff like
just
that.
different levels. Yeah.
Different
Like
levels,
rank.
but there's only
Sure.
there's you're not none of them are marshal. They're deputy marshals.
Okay.
And Tim's already scanning it in, and so he's going to go down and try to swap it. And he sees her, and he goes, "Did you scan that in yet?" And she's like, "No." And he's like, "Well, you better have 2 pots of coffee or something. Set 2 alarms to do this for coffee because you got to scan it in." And then he goes to scan it in, and then Tim's like,
"I already
"No,
did it."
I already scanned it. And why do you think I let you take it to the vault? Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you take it to the vault if you scan it in." And he's like, "Okay, go back on the elevator." So then he had to put it back because he can't swap them because it's already been scanned. Oh, he actually could have then just been like, "I don't know what happened,"
If this was a penguin, Jim, the penguin would have got caught.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Nothing works out for the penguin.
Nothing does. Is this freezing on me now?
I don't know. I wish they would have did this in one episode. But
This is where he says it's one bill. What are they going to do? Nothing's going to happen. And then she's like, "One bill." And that's when she pulls it out and shows him all of it. She's like, "You put all this under my bed? Why?" He goes, "Because I think it's a really safe place."
What, they won't raid my house or a fucking hotel or motel room? And but I know Julio was happy because he got to see her a lot. He really likes her. So did you like it? Are these 2 of your favorite episodes at all, or are they forgettable?
No, these are just filler episodes.
Yeah.
They tie in some stuff later on.
One thing that does move the story is the last thing the redhead says to Goggins, right? Like why she really hired him. Because he asked her, "Sounds like you want me to go back to my former life of crime." That's the big thing after the 2 episodes, because there's obviously nothing going to happen from the money. Only thing I could think of is, why the fuck was Art down there at the end? Why was he down there?
He was looking for something.
Yeah,
He was
the
looking
money.
for
The money.
Oh, he might have been looking for the money, seeing if it was there.
Yeah, he might be. That money's free and clear, dude. Like, and that's why he's probably looking at our boy Raylan too. Like, why you down here, dude?
Plus, then this whole scene where after the bomb threat gets called in, and then they're looking and they're just getting ready to open the bag, and they're like, "Oh, never mind.
Oh yeah.
All clear."
Yeah. After this whole courtroom shit with the judge, the crazy judge. The judge was driving me crazy in this episode. Like, he was actually being kind of gross to her, dude. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I know lots of men that would pay to smell those clothes.
Yeah. Or make soup out. I thought he said make soup out of them or something like
Or
that.
something, dude.
Yeah.
It was like, no, man, that's not.
Yeah.
You are
Pay good money to make soup out of those gym clothes.
Oh,
She's like, "I'll keep that in mind if I'm ever short on cash."
yeah. Ouch. Get off me, girl.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because Art goes out. Judge Reardon wants to see you in chambers. And he's like, "What does he want?" He goes, "I'm sure that'll come up when you see him in his chambers." basically like, yeah, he wants you. If we don't ask why, just go. What was that?
What's that, Jim?
I thought I heard something.
I don't know.
This whole thing where, then he's like, Deputy Gibbons, Miss Hawkins were married in a previous life. And then something, he saved my bacon on more than one occasion or something. And then he leaves and he's going to go check the courtroom. And then then he turns to her and goes, "You're going to tell me you found someone better than that?"
I know. He says to Raylan, he goes, why'd you leave? Something like that. And he goes, well, we all make mistakes. Like, and then it was okay. Man, the judge was just going all over the place in this episode.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, yeah, he's a good actor though, but he was just wacky.
Do you have any explosives on you now, boy? He was like that.
They go through, they introduce everybody, all that good stuff.
Boy's part of my security. Security. Oh, that's a new one.
He goes, I like the suit. Made sure he knew he liked the suit.
And then he goes, the 2 times I really needed him to. She goes, did I trust Boyd? He goes, well, I don't know. I have shot him, and he's something else. Put him in prison, and wouldn't be surprised if I crossed like that again. But on 2 occasions when I really needed him, he was there for me. One day was my last day in the mine, and one was a day not too far ago or something, because he was talking about the time he took him to save Ava.
Yeah, he saved my life twice or something, right?
Yeah, saved my life twice.
And then I like when Goggins says, I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but I do know a little bit of explosives. Yeah. And I can just walk with you and tell you where I might hide explosives. This is why, she said it's a love story, dude. Like, they like each other too much.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like, somebody's like, although I'm not sworn under oath, I am in a courtroom and I do feel compelled to tell the truth. He has had my back on 2 occasions. Yeah, it sounds like a love story.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He said
something about, I was just going to change my robe and something. And she's like, well, that would be the only reason I would stay.
Mm-hmm.
So she goes down there and Charlie's gone. And then she tells Raylan whatever. Raylan's supposed to let her in. And that's when the alarms go off for the bomb.
Yeah, right when the judge is taking off his robe. So he comes out in his underwear and his shirt. So then the judge is like forcing them out. And the judge is pissed. He's like, there's never a bomb. There's never a bomb. Stop. He's...
Oh, actually, no, I think it's after he kicks them out of the courtroom. So she's like, I'll take your bag and put it upstairs. And then because he wants to get the courtroom going. And so then they tell her, it's like the Secret Service is here. And then the one girl goes, oh, is the president here? The Secret Service.
Yeah, isn't that who would show up?
Yeah, well, for the president, but they also do money.
Oh, the money stuff, yeah.
Our friends from the Secret Service of Cincinnati would like a word with you.
Yeah. And then they're watching the shitty videotape.
Yeah, trying to figure out. Did any of them mention losing $100 bill to the robbers? They're like, why did this bill pop? And they said, well, it's been out of circulation for 20 years or 30 years.
Do you think they track money like that?
I know they do scan them in now. Like, there's like a lot of big stores even do scan the money in and out. You know what I mean? That way they know if they get robbed, what the bills, were taken. It's not that hard to do now with modern scanners and technology.
Yeah, but all that old money was never scanned. And what was somebody physically writing down every serial number that came out of the fucking US Mint? Could that be true? Like, that's wild. So hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me see this.
Oh, that guy, good. And the black one, too. Shut the fuck up!
That was a good one. That was a good one, Captain Bipto. Thanks. Oh, man, I wish I could just play it on my loudspeaker when the dogs start. I'll take that off. All right, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, so they say they're not sure why it popped.
Yeah, and then doesn't Raylan get dragged back to the court?
Yeah, something about what the fuck, man, come on. It's real, you sure? Yeah. No, I'm just guessing. Yeah, it's real. They're like, oh, so they're like, wait, where was it? Wait, was it stock Jordan? And people are like, not our problem. We don't care. It's real. There you go. Have a nice day.
Yeah, they're out.
They're out. They're like,
We're not going to bother with this shit anymore. It's a real dollar bill or $100 bill. Who cares? Which Raylan at that point should have been like, whew, nobody's going to get in trouble now.
Oh yeah,
right?
they all go down there to see, and they're looking, and then that's when Charlie goes, oh, order the money back to bank. They go, it's a great big box of counterfeit Beanie Babies over there. Yeah. And then they look, and then
There's
Art
no
tells
money.
Raylan, $20 says it's empty, and Raylan goes, I'm not going to take that bet.
Yeah, and it was empty. And then Art says, pay up, sucker. Pay up, sucker. She's a pretty lady.
Yeah. Did I not put the closed captioning on? I did. Why isn't it working?
Maybe it's being quiet. What was that stuff about the Secret Service?
Yeah. And so they're going, and then it comes, oh, bomb threat, where's the judge? And then Raylan actually does his job because he's like, let's go. And then Raylan's like, wait. Once we go outside.
But it took him a few seconds to get there, though. He was trying to go upstairs.
Yeah.
They walk away. It's like he looked at something in the door jamb or something. He like, oh shit, stop, people. Don't go out there.
Yeah.
So that was pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
They never showed us capturing the guy, though. They show
him arresting the mother and the sister, but not the guy. I think they get the guy next episode.
Well, they said they got him in this episode. That's why they stopped unzipping the bag.
Well, no, they saw them and saw the gun and everything. That it was a sniper outside. There was a gun, but the truck was
didn't
empty
catch
with the
him?
gun. Right.
Okay.
And then when they went to the car, the first thing out of the woman's mouth was, I didn't call in no bomb threat.
Yeah,
we didn't say anything about a bomb threat.
Yeah. Like that's why lawyers always say, don't talk. Shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Again, I guess they're marshals though, but like you might want to tell some other people that something fishy's going on outside. We're getting ready to approach a car. Yeah. When there's a lot of people outside, right?
Yeah, this one said, I didn't call in no bomb threat. Me neither. He didn't say nothing about a bomb threat.
Yeah.
So they see a truck with a gun sticking out.
Where's the gun?
Sticking out the window. Like right, something. They get it.
I never saw the gun. I just saw that it was open. I thought they just thought it was suspicious, but
Yeah.
I haven't watched it twice a year for 6 years. So, yeah,
Oh,
and
man.
this guy was taking it super serious. Like, the judge is annoyed, but this state guy is like, check every room, open every bag. Like, okay. I guess it's for drama's sake, but what's wrong with your thing?
It's not going.
It's delaying. There you go.
It's delaying.
Yeah, this is where you get the impression that she wants to take him somewhere.
Yeah, like, and then I think, is this episode where Raylan says something like, maybe you were, Boyd, if you see someone with a gun, jump in front of it.
I don't think so. I don't think he said that in this one. I know that Boyd apologized to her for not doing his job by rushing to get her out of the building for her safety, not thinking, it ain't easy, dude. The man belonging to that rifle is still out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's something about coffee that the Art went to go get him good coffee or something,
And then they said the coffee here sucks anyway.
yeah. And then all of a sudden, that's when Art sees him. And this is where she tells him.
This actually made the series go forward for me.
Yeah.
This part right here is like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is what they were setting up for 2 episodes.
And other things of mine for you to do. Like, she wants him to go around securing parcels of land, same land that Max Bennett is chasing.
Well, she didn't say that.
She didn't say that, yeah, but that's what it is.
Right. Well, that's good. At least she's not out there asking him to go kill the Bennetts.
No, she just wants, because the Bennetts are using strong arm tactics to get people to sell their land and to them, and she wants the land, and because that's the plan that the Bennetts have. This is the plan. The Bennetts has a plan to get paid big money from the coal company for the land, like basically hold it over. You can't do your poll. If you don't get the land we have, there's no way you can build your coal mine. You need the land for the roads to get the trucks and all the stuff. Without the land, you can't get the coal off the mountain.
So the Bennetts knew their plan to open a coal mine, so they're trying to shove it up their ass for.
They just want to get paid. They act like they want to shove it up their ass and stop them, but really they just want to get paid.
Yeah, everybody wants the cash in this show. Yeah. It's all about the Benjamins.
Yeah. And she and her boys are going to have to be dealt with, the Bennetts. Yeah. There's Art seeing them.
Yeah, that was weird, dude. Like, why is Art down there? Why is Art never goes to the evidence locker. He never goes down there. And they got away with it. Clean cut over. What's their name? You don't think they did?
Well, Art knows something's up.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter, right?
Right.
Just because he knows something.
The Spoil. This is a good episode. The Spoil is a good episode.
Is that the next one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'd give those like a 7, just for entertainment purposes.
Yeah, they're good episodes. They're just not,
Yeah. If I didn't see them, I didn't miss anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, because I'm sure the next episode, if what's her name and Boyd are together, I'll figure it out pretty quick what they're doing together. So, hey, did you know there were giants in Afghanistan?
There was giants everywhere.
Well, shocking stories from soldiers and drone operators about seeing giants in Afghanistan. Did you know that?
No.
I didn't either. But apparently, we watched a cool video last night about the stuff in Iran that was, found, and they did a very small story on it in the paper about a tomb that they found of an ancient person, but that ancient person's tomb is like been destroyed, and they never talked about it again. It's one of these early ancient religious leaders. So the Iranians destroyed a lot of stuff in that war. They were destroying a lot of old temples and churches and stuff, artifacts. They were just destroying history. What you got?
Me?
Yeah, anything good? You're
No,
looking
I
at
was just
intensely.
no, I'm just. It was something somebody posted in Ethan's chat, something about Nick Rekieta passing away.
What?
Yeah, that's something. That's what I was like, what?
What?
Yeah.
Do I think Third Rock from the Sun was making fun of Nation of Islam every time the big giant head called him? uh, man, we watched another UCOB video last night, Jim.
Yaku? Yeah.
Yaku. Yeah. It was good. It was funny. Like it was, but it was only like 7 or 23 minutes long, not an hour, like our boy Dankula. But it was a good video. He got it all in. Except at the very end, he apologized.
Who did?
The guy who made the video, because he
Apologize for what?
Because he didn't want to come off as being racist.
Why? Why would it be racist for?
I don't know. I don't
for
know.
saying what they. I don't understand.
What they believe. Like that doesn't make him a racist just for talking about it, does it? Is this how stupid it is? I have no idea. Let's see this. It's I'm going to pull this up real quick, Jim. If it's boring, we'll turn it off. All right.
Okay.
I'm going to learn about the giants in Afghanistan.
Sounds good to me.
Of all the nations known throughout recorded history, there aren't many that hold the proud distinction of having never been conquered or colonized by invading forces.
I'll be right back.
Afghanistan is one of these select few countries. Alexander the Great, the Persians, the Mongols, the British Empire, and the recent hegemon of the Soviet Union have all attempted to subdue this Middle Eastern nation. All have failed, thus cementing Afghanistan's place in history as the graveyard of empires. But what is the secret behind the country's enduring resistance against the invading forces of foreign, often more powerful armies? Many strategists will cite the Afghan terrain as being the key to its success, namely its vast mountain ranges. Their vast network of uncharted footpaths, valleys, overlooks, and cave systems have proven effective in concealing even entire armies from the eyes of their enemies. In more recent years, the British, Australian, Canadian, and American troops tasked with rooting out insurgents from within this imposing landscape have no less faced an overwhelming task. There are some among these men, however, who found the task all the more unnerving. While exploring these mountains on foot, flying unmanned aerial vehicles overhead, and interviewing local villagers, these men realized that the mountains of Afghanistan harbor far more than rebel insurgents. They describe witnessing creatures that have long been believed to be extinct, if not complete myths. This is the Smoke Pit, and these are true stories from military servicemen of giants in Afghanistan.
Was that drone
The
footage?
Giant of Kandahar.
Holy shit.
Anybody else get that feeling?
What feeling?
That we're being watched?
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Just keep your eyes peeled.
In the aftermath of the September 11th terrorist attacks, the United States military launched Operation Enduring Freedom, which began in October of 2001. Their goal was the dismantling of the Taliban regime that was harboring al-Qaeda terrorists believed to be responsible for the attacks. This military action involved a large-scale deployment of U.S. forces into Afghanistan, leading to significant combat operations and the toppling of the Taliban government. Squaring off against overwhelming American air superiority, the Taliban forces soon fled the cities, finding refuge in the nation's many vast, rugged mountain ranges. These natural fortresses now serving as their home base, the insurgents then launched a fierce resistance against both the American troops and their Western allies. With the Kandahar region being identified as a key stronghold for the Taliban, securing the mountains was essential in disrupting their supply lines, their operations, and control. To accomplish this monumental task, the Americans would employ a search and destroy strategy. These missions involved ground troops, often special operations forces, such as the U.S. Army Rangers and Navy SEALs, conducting thorough searches of areas known or suspected to be occupied by the enemy. The operations often required clearing and securing large areas of terrain, sometimes involving house-to-house searches or patrolling through remote regions looking for caves. Search and destroy missions were usually coordinated with intelligence gathered from various sources, including reconnaissance flights, surveillance drones, and local informants. This intelligence helped identify likely enemy locations and optimize mission effectiveness. The mountainous terrain otherwise required adapting their tactics to deal with the high-altitude conditions and the challenging geography. Uniquely dangerous as these missions were, whether from the enemy's improvised explosive devices, IEDs, accidents and injuries, or direct engagements, it was no surprise that patrols often suffered casualties. However, sometime in early 2002, one of these patrols disappeared entirely. Alarmed at the prolonged period of radio silence, another Special Forces team was quickly inserted into the Kandahar Mountains to find the missing men and return with either their bodies or any remaining survivors. Far from what they might have expected, however, the true fate of the missing patrol would take them beyond anything they had been trained for.
Hold up. Looks like we got something here.
Oh, man.
This is messed up.
Oh, Sarge, these are definitely our guys. Look at this gear. It's like it got ripped right off them.
Should we send up a sit rep now?
No, stay sharp. Whatever happened here, we might still be in the middle of it. Rifles up.
Patrolling the last known area where the previous team had been inserted, this second team soon stumbled across pieces of scattered military gear and shredded uniforms, which clearly belonged to the missing men. Puzzled by what appeared to be a macabre trail of breadcrumbs, they began following it, keeping their rifles at the ready, increasingly unsure of what to expect. Having worked their way up a steep mountain footpath, the men eventually found themselves standing in front of a series of large caves. But the caves were not what first caught their attention. Littering the ground in front of the cave entrances was what appeared to be piles of bones. Despite this unusually gruesome feature, their first thought was that this must be a part of a vast Taliban cave network. But before they had time to formulate their next plan of action, the Special Forces team was suddenly confronted with a far more terrifying reality. Emerging from one of the caves, its primal war cry echoing off the surrounding mountains, a giant man appeared, wielding a long wooden spear. Its head crowned with thick, untamed red hair, its body wrapped in animal skins, its teeth bared in a primitive challenge, it charged directly at the now stunned Americans. Before the men could even raise their rifles, the giant, massive spear in hand, had thrust the weapon through the torso of the nearest man, simultaneously lifting him off the ground, prompting the other men to let loose with a torrent of gunfire.
What do you think?
After
Greg?
30
Believe
seconds
this?
of
Slim Jim,
What's up?
you believe this?
I don't know.
Because there's other people that say it out there. It's like, wow. Chat, you think this is legit?
Of sustained firing, the giant finally collapsed, bringing the harrowing ordeal to an abrupt end.
Skinwalker 2, say again, line 5, over.
I say again, line 5, one letter, Alpha. Break. Sierra 1 is down. We need immediate medevac. Over.
Roger, line 1 through line 5 is received. Lima Charlie, break.
I'm not gonna believe this shit.
For line 6, interrogative.
Here it comes.
You said Tango was a what? Over.
Ah, damn it.
There it is.
Golf India Alpha November Tango. A very large man with a wooden spear. Over.
Told you.
Roger that. Wait 1, over.
Baffled and horrified by their encounter, the operators immediately radioed back to their command, a transmission that arguably must have been the most insane situation report ever heard by the man sitting radio watch on the other end. Undoubtedly, it took time to clarify what they were trying to report, that one of their team members was now dead, and that they had just killed his attacker, a literal giant. Once the report had been submitted, they remained on site, waiting for the arrival of the extraction team and marveling at the size of this creature. Taking measurements of the massive, foul-smelling corpse, the giant was described as being at least 13 feet tall, and notably having 6 fingers on each hand, its gaping mouth showing 2 rows of teeth.
Why don't we ever get pictures, Jim? Why don't we ever get a fucking picture? Like, in the modern age, none of these soldiers had a fucking camera.
Seems weird.
And there's like 4 of these stories in here, but there's no pictures. Oh, man, it sucks. Okay, I mean, would like to believe it, but if you're not going to give me 1 picture and 4 stories, just a bunch of animation. The animation's fine, but I want to see some good stuff, Jim.
Yeah.
I would rather hear about tricknology. You know what tricknology is?
Yeah, it's what the crackers use.
Yeah. The Yakub gave the white people tricknology. It was so funny. Yeah, they all have something available to take somebody had to take a picture, man. Somebody somewhere between the time they killed it to the time they autopsied it to the time they did whatever with it.
The men also came to another horrifying realization about the piles of bones and military gear they had seen scattered around the area. It appeared they wouldn't be returning with any of the missing team's bodies. The giant had clearly eaten them. But they would soon find out that the giant...
So giants are fucking... They eat people? What? I mean, what, Jim? What do you think? I never heard that. Like giants are out eating people. But hey, these are modern stories from our American soldiers, so it must be true.
giant's corpse was evidently of great interest to someone up the chain of command. After some time, a Chinook transport helicopter arrived, bringing with it loading pallets and harnessing gear. They were going to take the giant back with them. The return trip
No shit. Of course they are.
made all the more unbearable by the creature's awful stench. Upon arrival back at base, the men were immediately debriefed. After each man shared his account of the mission, namely the details of the climactic battle with a literal giant, they were made to sign non-disclosure agreements, forever swearing to secrecy regarding the encounter. This came as no surprise to the operators. They never saw the thing's body after departing the helicopter. They had no proof. Even if they wanted to tell someone about their incredible encounter, who on earth would believe them?
Get that, right? For what? We have our doubts. So I don't know. It's just like it's like one of those channels that they're just trying to put you to sleep, Jim.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The guy's not very exciting. I couldn't listen to any more Eric July on Young Trash Cast. So I am back. I am not going back. Well, we gotta find something better than that. Now, this former soldier, this might be a little better. At least there's video.
You were in Afghanistan in 2002.
Of the cave. There's a cave.
You see something coming out of the cave.
This is a monster. Red beard, then his hair was long past the shoulder.
Like veterans of any military conflict, those who served in Afghanistan had both shared and unique experiences to reflect upon. But in the video that we have for you today, we want to bring your attention to an issue that is more otherworldly. We're talking about the giants of Afghanistan, beings from the past and undiscovered lands who have allegedly been observed outside US military bases. Army officers have recounted accounts of entire troops going missing in the mountains of Afghanistan in the early 2000s, only to locate their equipment in a mystery cave with no soldiers to be found anywhere else. What is the story behind the giants of Afghanistan and how US soldiers confronted these giants? Stay with us until the very end to learn of all the strange stories that surround these gigantic creatures. Giants loom large throughout world mythology, often representing the most threatening of foes. Their enormous size quickly conjures up images of superhuman strength and formidable abilities. Yet in many legends, the giant is a tragic figure who often dies in an improbable manner. In several Indo-European mythologies, giant peoples are shown as primal beings linked with chaos and the chaotic nature, and they are typically at odds with the gods, whether Olympian, Celtic, Hindu, or Norse. Giants also frequently appear in the mythology and folklore of non-Indo-European peoples, such as the Narsian tales. There are also accounts of giants in the Old Testament.
Look at that giant, Jim. Wow. That looks like something maybe the Yakub created.
Some of these are referred to as Nephilim, first references in Genesis 7:23, a word that is sometimes translated as giant, though this translation is not universally accepted. The Nephilim are mentioned for the first time in Genesis 6:4. They are described as having exceptional strength and physical proportions. During Moses' time, leading the Israelites out of Egypt, a few spies were sent into the land of Canaan they were to inhabit. The book of Numbers contains the depressing report of the spies who were sent into. We can't attack those people. They are stronger than we are. All the peoples we saw there are of great size. We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and we looked the same to them. However, the book of Joshua, which describes the real conquest of Canaan in later generation, makes no mention of such individuals. In 7:2, the book of Enoch mentions giants as the offspring of watchers and women. In Islam, giants known as Jababirat or Jabiran, such as Uj ibn Anak, are mentioned. So are there giants in Afghanistan? In August 2016, a YouTuber posted a lengthy interview with a military contractor identified simply as Mr. K. Mr. K said in the interview that he was present during the savage slaughter of a killer he dubbed the Kandahar Giant. He said that the giant was killed during the height of Operation Enduring Freedom in 2002, when the military was engaged in heavy clashes with the Taliban in Kandahar province, the Taliban's de facto capital during the US invasion of Afghanistan. But this was no ordinary fighter. In 2002, a troop of soldiers went missing while on patrol in Kandahar, Afghanistan's southernmost province. When they were unable to make radio contact for an extended period of time, the military dispatched a special operations unit to investigate. albeit the branch of the armed forces they belonged to was never confirmed. The unit then came to a cave high in the mountains with scattered army equipment but no evidence of the missing troops. That's when they came across the Kandahar giant. Though the narrative grows bigger with each recounting, some accounts claim the humanoid grew to be 15 feet tall, this red-headed giant with 6 digits, leather moccasins, and the odor of dead bodies suddenly emerged from the cave and impaled one of the soldiers with a spear. The soldiers then opened fire, eventually killing the behemoth with 30 seconds of sustained shooting. According to one report, the squad was armed with full auto M4 carbines, recon carbines, semi-automatic, and M107 Barrett anti-material rifles firing .50 BMG. This much firepower focused on one target for 1 second, let alone 30 seconds, would be extremely destructive.
A lot of firepower, Jim. I know you're watching another show.
No, I'm not. I'm listening to this. They're talking about.
Just a lot of firepower, like for 30 seconds on one target. Like pretty good. Like, at least they're giving us like an interview a guy did, right? There's actually a guy that did an interview. He broke his NDA. He did it incognito, obviously, but apparently he was there.
After killing the giant, the troops loaded it onto a Chinook helicopter, which transported it to a cargo plane, and it was never seen again. The soldiers were ordered to sign non-disclosure agreements in order for the government to keep everyone silent. However, the troops eventually broke their silence because, as one of the guys subsequently stated, the people have a right to know the truth. How the government's denial fueled the spread of conspiracy theories. An investigative outlet contacted the Department of Defense regarding the Kandahar giant incident in August 2016. The Pentagon told the source flatly that they had no record or information about a Special Forces member killed by a giant in Kandahar. The Pentagon told the source flatly that they had no record or information about a Special Forces member killed by a giant in Kandahar. Furthermore, there are no press releases on the Department of Defense's website about a Special Forces troop going missing in Afghanistan or any incident involving soldiers felling a giant. Yet, as with any good conspiracy theory, a lack of evidence isn't enough to prove that the tale of the Kandahar giant does not exist. In fact, the legend's refutations has had the opposite impact in some cryptid communities, which say that the government is trying to hide the truth from the public. Around the same time that an article debunked the story, self-proclaimed supernaturalist L.A. Marzulli told several right-wing websites that the US government was covering up this spectacular story and that those in power had a vested interest in keeping the truth of biblical prophecies hidden from the general public. The public has a right to know about this. If there are 15 or 18 footers wandering the earth and our military has brought them down, we as American citizens have a right to know about it, he said. I mean, this isn't classified military stuff. This is something we need to know, and it points back to the biblical prophetic narrative. The truth about the Kandahar giant.
What do you think about that, Jim? You think we have a right to know?
Yeah, we do.
I do too. Like, if giants are real, that makes Bigfoot like more legit, doesn't it?
Sure. What if Bigfoot's actually just a giant?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's either or at that point. But if you keep fucking denying stuff, like, does the U.S. government have any records of Iran-Contra? Only after the hearings, right, Jim? Oh, fuck.
And is far less exciting than the legend. Thanks to the power of the internet, L.A. Marzulli, whose YouTube channel is dedicated to relating current events to biblical predictions, brought the narrative roaring back to life. Marzulli interviewed Mr. K, a guy claiming to be a soldier who claimed to have seen the giant of Kandahar in a now deleted video posted on August 16, 2016. Mr. K claimed to have witnessed the monster yielding a spear and slaying a US soldier named Dan before he and the other special forces brought it down. The monster, according to Marzulli, was a Nephilim, a group of humans recorded in the Old Testament's Genesis and Numbers books who were claimed to be the people of unusually large size and strength, who could be found in the Middle East both before and after the flood of Noah's Ark fame. However, biblical historians generally believe that the Nephilim stories were based on metaphors rather than the reality of a 13-foot giant dwelling in the desert. Furthermore, the only Dan who died in Kandahar during the purported event in 2002 was Sergeant First Class Daniel A. Romero, who was killed in a bomb blast together with 3 other soldiers. Despite the facts, the tale of the Kandahar giant is reported to be an open secret among soldiers who fought in Kandahar in 2002. And according to numerous soldiers who fought in the region, they were ordered to point their firearms high, aiming for the head, and then a little higher from then on. There have been several reports from soldiers in Afghanistan of huge humanoids towering over the average man. These stories exist, but they are difficult to find. Few people are likely to come forward and claim to have seen a giant roaming about in Afghanistan's mountains. But there might be something absolutely enormous out there. They include the giant of Kunar, a huge monster seen by an infantry unit leader during a deployment in 2008 and 2009. One fateful night, the soldier looked through his freshly mounted thermal scope while surveying a village. He came across a very large heat signature as he entered the valley, which he imagined was a bunch of Taliban militants huddled together around a light high up in the mountains. All of a sudden, the heat signature stood up as one being, a soldier recalled. The trees in that area grew to be about 10 to 12 feet tall, and this thing was at least as tall, if not taller, than the trees around it. The soldier described the giant's stride as slow and relaxed, yet it moved with incredible speed, emphasizing the giant's chill yet purposeful aura. It walked parallel to the soldier's position for a while before vanishing up a neighboring hill. According to the soldier, stories of the encounter were not widely shared, but recollections of what he had seen came flooding back after listening to the coast-to-coast transmission. I believe I saw a member of an ancient race of giants descended from fallen angels, he said. Or it could be something like Sasquatch, I'm not sure. Another account tells of an unknown Air Force drone operator working in northern Afghanistan during the war, scanning around doing my thing and looking for stuff. One day, the drone operator noticed 3 12-foot tall monsters. The operator said, "There's a ruler tool that tells you how wide your crosshair is, and the people were as tall as the crosshair was wide. This was all in mid-wave, infrared at night, so they showed up as black humanoid heat signatures." The operator monitored them for 10 minutes, during which time he stated the giants tended their fire and conducted other tasks. You know, giant things. The only thing interesting was the size, wrote the operator. The ghosts looked like cats next to them. As the saying goes, sometimes there is more than meets the eye. Unless, of course, what meets the eye is a giant. What are your thoughts? Are there actually giants in Afghanistan? Tell us in the comments section.
What do you guys think? Real or fake? Already played that. Fake or real? It's hard to tell. If the military's involved, they're not going to tell us. But Amoral, I like that. Those weird documentaries too that are kind of creepy. But I don't know if they're good content. I don't know for us to watch it if it's good content. But like some of that stuff's cool. But man, there's some bad people out there. You guys ever see Slightly Sociable or Barely Sociable? He's pretty good, but he doesn't make a lot of content anymore. Like I watched this one called the Delphi Murder or the Pemberton Incident. Goddamn video's got 2.7 million views and it's 11 months old. And it's an unsolved mystery. So it's pretty cool, but I don't know if it's fun for you guys. You guys can just watch it on your own. I don't think I have anything to comment. I'm just be sitting there watching it like this last one. It's like, that's interesting. I don't really have anything to wisecrack on that because it is what it is. Let's see. You back, Jim? No. Thought I heard potato chips or something. Put on Hell's Reach, the movie. What is that? Hell's Reach. Just because it's free on YouTube, does that mean I can play it though? Hell's Reach full movie. Oh, the 40K movie? Is that the one you guys are talking about? The 40K one? I don't know anything about 40K. Rilzik. I did a couple 40K streams to learn about it, but I don't know about it. Yeah, I don't watch the ghost shit. I listen to more of the lost in the fucking forest shit when people are lost and they see some weird shit and they start taking off their clothes and they just walk off and die for some reason. They just get naked and walk out in the middle of nowhere. What the fuck is that all about? I don't know what that is. Why they would do that. I like the fake videos about automatons in World War One. Wow. I didn't know that was a thing. Fake docs about automatons in World War One. It's hard to tell. They were doing a lot of experiment automatons in World War One. I see one video here. I'm going to pull this up. This has got to be real. This looks real. YouTube wouldn't put anything that's not real up there. Rise of the Automatons, a brief overview. It's only 7 minutes. This is called Alternate History.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Charles Taylor bringing you a comprehensive report on the 1913 Automaton Wars, a conflict that has had lasting impacts on our society and technological development. At the turn of the century, the world saw significant technological advancements.
That's fucking cool looking, man. If that was real, that would be fucking cool. Holy crap.
Including the development of automatons, mechanical beings designed to perform laborious tasks. These machines were initially created to assist in industries, taking on repetitive.
Wow. It's looking kind of like a Big Daddy.
Physically demanding jobs. Their introduction was met with excitement, promising a new era of productivity and economic growth. However, the integration of automatons into the workforce raised concerns. Workers feared losing their jobs as these machines replaced human labor on a large scale.
I got a question about that video. Is he going to strike me for that video? You think he would, like, copyright hit me for playing that? I guess he won't if I don't monetize it, but I've got it pulled up. It looks super cool. I'm just, like, worried that the guy's going to come after me for some.
February 1913, protests and strikes had erupted in major industrial cities around the world. Detroit, the heart of the American automobile industry, saw the first major violent confrontation. In March 1913, striking workers in Detroit clashed with automatons deployed to keep factories running. This violence marked the beginning of the Automaton Wars. The initial phase of the conflict saw uncoordinated skirmishes, with automatons becoming increasingly defensive as skirmishes evolved into full-blown conflicts, culminating in what is now known as the Automaton Rebellion. The turning point where these advanced machinations went on the offensive. Their systems likely identifying us as a threat to their very existence. Recognizing the severity of the situation, governments and military leaders from various nations quickly mobilized.
I have no idea how he makes this. Is this all? This can't be AI. AI is not that good. Like, what's he doing to make this? Unless he's got is he doing the work? Is he actually like programming this stuff? Because these images are too cool looking and they're too consistent for AI to make it like run this long.
An international coalition formed to coordinate efforts against the rebellious automatons. Factories that once produced consumer goods were repurposed to manufacture weapons and devices to combat the machines, focusing on armor-piercing and EMP weaponry in hopes of leveling the playing field.
Holy shit.
Throughout the summer of 1913, major battles raged across American cities. In Chicago, fierce street fighting saw human forces utilizing guerrilla tactics to combat the automatons' superior firepower and precision. In San Francisco, a massive offensive by the automatons nearly decimated the human defenses, until a daring raid by a combined force of soldiers and loyalist automatons managed to turn the tide.
Imagine this is what they're showing kids in Russia, in China. Like, this is the hell that's in America. They had to fight fucking robots way back in 1913 or 1917. Jesus Christ.
These battles were characterized by intense urban warfare, with buildings turned into fortresses and streets into deadly gauntlets. Meanwhile, in the southern states, the conflict took on a different form. Vast rural areas became the battlegrounds for hit-and-run tactics employed by human forces against the automatons, who struggled to adapt to the open terrain and unpredictable nature of these engagements. The Battle of Atlanta became legendary.
Holy shit. That looks fucking incredible. Holy cow. What the fuck?
Key victory for human forces, where strategic use of EMP technology and coordinated attacks successfully repelled a major automaton advance, saving the city from certain destruction. Amidst the chaos, stories of loyalty and bravery emerged. Some older first-generation automatons, programmed with basic ethical guidelines, remained loyal to their human creators. These loyalist automatons played a crucial role in the conflict, fighting alongside human soldiers in pivotal engagements. In September 1913, a major breakthrough occurred. Allied forces, through intelligence gathering and reconnaissance,
I just sent this to my kids, my boys. You guys got to watch this. Holy shit.
discovered the central command unit of the rebellious automatons in California. A decisive assault was planned and executed, involving human soldiers and loyalist automatons. The destruction of the central command unit crippled the coordination of the rebellious automatons. Following this victory, human forces gained momentum. Systematic campaigns were launched to deactivate or repurpose the remaining rebel automatons.
Yeah, something
By
would have
December
happened.
1913, the conflict had ended. The automaton wars left cities in ruins and economies shattered. But humanity had prevailed. The aftermath of the war presented challenges. America faced the task of rebuilding. The conflict highlighted the benefits and dangers of advanced technology. In response, international treaties and regulations were established to ensure ethical oversight and control over the development and deployment of automatons. automaton wars extends beyond the immediate aftermath. The war showed the resilience and ingenuity of humanity in the face of threats. It also fostered a deeper understanding of the ethical implications of technological advancement. Today, as we look back on 1913, we remember the sacrifices made and the lessons learned. This has been a special report from your wartime correspondent. Good night, and may we always remember the lessons of the past to guide our future.
Jesus Christ. What the hell is this? Rise of the Automaton? What? You gotta go. What the hell did that say?
Good evening.
Rise of the Automatons 1931, the Palmer Land Expedition. What the hell is a Palmer Land Expedition? Yeah, where are these games or these fucking movies? That was awesome. One of the best things I've seen on YouTube in a long fucking time. Too bad you missed that, Jim. Dude, we watched the whole Battle of the Automatons in World War One.
Oh, cool.
Dude, it was not cool. It was fucking. I'm going to go back. I'm just going to give you a glimpse of this, okay? Chat, thanks for the recommendation. But look at this. This is. Check this out. Fighting
An international coalition formed to coordinate efforts against the rebellious automatons.
See this?
Factories at once
Fighting them in Chicago, New York, in the South.
repurposed to manufacture weapons and devices to combat the machines.
Look at that shit.
Focusing on armor-piercing and EMP weaponry in hopes of leveling the playing field. Throughout the summer of 1913, major battles raged across American cities. In Chicago, fierce street fighting saw human forces utilizing guerrilla tactics to combat the automatons' superior firepower and precision. In San Francisco, a massive offensive by the automatons.
Imagine though, Jim. This is what they're playing in Chinese and Russian and North Korean schools. See how dumb the Americans were? They were fighting robots. They couldn't even control their robots. Hey, what's up, Low Watermark? Can you send him the link? Since we're done talking about Justified, he might want to join.
Sure.
But then, okay, so this guy's channel, let's give him his credit. Astral Infernum. Wow, guys, he's only got 11,000 subs. But this video has 579,000 views. Oh, I don't want to join your fucking channel. I'll subscribe. Now, can I go to his channel? How many other? Oh, yeah, he did the 1931 one too. Should we check out the 1931, guys? Thumbs up if you want to see a 1931 Autobot or Automaton war. Or there's a War of the Worlds Goliath movie. It's an animated movie. And it's free on YouTube. The entire movie's on YouTube. Does that mean I can play it here, Jim? I don't know how this shit works.
I have no idea.
I don't know about... What's the Palmer Land Expedition, Jim?
I have no idea.
You don't know what the Palmer Land Expedition is?
No.
All right. Well, let's see if we can find out.
Good evening.
Let me pull this up. Yeah, there it is. So maybe we'll get some history. Now, the next video I'm going to trust Simply Green. Yeah, I saw the SCP. That's what I asked you earlier. Is he going to hit me for playing this? Because this video has like 12 million fucking views. Guy's got 94,000 subs, and his video got 12 million views. 4 years old, but is he going to hit me? Is he going to be, hey, dude, don't play my stuff? So.
Charles Taylor here, and tonight I welcome you to join me as we delve into the events surrounding the infamous 1931 Antarctic expedition, a journey that would unearth a discovery destined to rewrite history as we know it. But our story begins not here, but back in the fall of 1919, 12 years prior to the expedition itself. British aircraft, conducting an aerial survey, first encountered what they believed to be some sort of electromagnetic interference while mapping the region known as Palmer Land. They had noticed that this anomalous interference often began as they approached Mount Stevenson, and it was reported to cause a number of technical problems aboard the aircraft, rendering many of their planes, systems, and survey equipment unresponsive while in the affected area. Upon returning to Britain, their reports of this unknown interference would find their way to the highest levels of government and scientific institutions. The area surrounding Mount Stevenson quickly became a point of intense interest within the scientific community, especially in an era where technological advancement was a symbol of national pride and global influence.
Damn.
This interest was amplified by the recent history of the Automaton War in 1913, a conflict that had reshaped international cooperation and spurred an unprecedented era.
How do you think he does this, man? How do you think he makes this? Like, is it all just programmed on a computer and it's just like, this is a lot of work.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Scientific curiosity and innovation. It was during one of these later surveys, sometime between 1926 and 1927, that a large sinkhole was discovered near Mount Stevenson, an anomaly that hadn't been present in previous surveys. This unexpected geological feature, coupled with the ongoing electromagnetic interference, piqued further scientific and governmental interest. By 1929, the significance of this discovery had become apparent, and it was decided that, with the assistance of U.S. expeditionary forces, a joint scientific mission would be launched to explore this mysterious feature. As the scope of this mission became clear, preparations were set in motion, requiring meticulous planning and coordination between the British and American teams. The fleet departed in early September 1931, each ship carefully outfitted with the necessary provisions, scientific instruments, and the most advanced automatons of the era. Fitted with the latest safety features mandated by the International Automata Intelligence Act, these machines were designed to operate in environments far too hostile for humans. After several weeks at sea, the expedition vessels approached the Antarctic coast. The landscape that greeted them was one of stark desolation, a barren expanse that offered little comfort or refuge, inhospitable to all but the hardiest of life. Upon landing, the team swiftly established a base camp, not knowing the hours that followed would begin a chain of events that would change the course of history. The unloading of equipment began soon after their initial camp was set up, with particular attention given to the specialized exploration automatons that had been brought along for the expedition. Since the Automaton War of 1913, all such devices had been required to comply with the International Automata Intelligence Act. This legislation...
I wonder if they're part of the DOD, Jim.
I don't know.
Born from the lessons of the conflict in America, mandated that every automaton be fitted with a guillotine, a failsafe allowing for remote deactivation through the use of a unique kill code transmitted to the device, a component that also ironically resembled the 17th century execution tool from which its name was derived. The guillotine devices were a safeguard to prevent any recurrence of the catastrophic events that had nearly torn the United States apart and ensured that humanity had an upper hand over their mechanical counterparts. With the base camp established and the equipment readied, the focus shifted to the primary objective, the sinkhole. Scaffolding was erected around the opening, and preparations were made for the descent. First teams, a mix of military personnel and scientists, stood ready to begin their exploration, eager to uncover the secrets hidden below. Descent was swift and without incident, soon revealing the true scale of the cavern system that lay beneath the ice. At the base of the sinkhole...
Is this a real fucking place? I mean,
I don't think none of this is real.
well, no, there's no. So hold on. I got so, apparently Elon Musk has an opinion about the terrifying truth of Antarctica.
A temporary camp was established to support the deeper exploration of the surrounding tunnels. These passages, now illuminated by the team's searchlights, revealed the first signs that this was no ordinary cave system. Initially, these corridors appeared to be natural formations, shaped by geological processes over time. However, upon closer examination, the team identified several subtle yet telling features that pointed to deliberate alteration. The smooth surfaces and precise angles observed along the tunnel walls were highly unusual, particularly given the region's history of volcanic and glacial activity, which typically leaves behind rough, irregular formations. What caught the team's attention, however, were the faint, parallel striations and uniform grooves embedded in the rock, markings that strongly suggested the use of heavy machinery or advanced cutting tools. As the team ventured deeper into the subterranean complex, they arrived at a large, curved chamber that immediately stood out from the previous sections they had explored. This chamber was significantly larger than the other caverns and tunnels encountered thus far. Embedded with precision into the rock walls of this chamber and its connecting tunnels were large, circular objects, each one positioned at regular intervals. These structures resembled hatches, or perhaps...
Hey, Mark, how are you, sir?
Doing good. How you guys doing tonight?
Man, we're finding about all the automatrons that were, roaming the earth in the early 1900s. It's awesome. Like, these are just great videos.
Well, they're the updated giants. I mean, so you go from giants in Afghanistan to, giant robots. Same thing.
Yeah.
Got to be real. Got to be real.
Well, I don't think he's claiming that. He's just having fun with it. But it's really well done. Like, really well done.
Yeah, I don't understand how they do the video work either. That is pretty amazing.
You think, I was looking at his channel, he's got less than 12,000 subs on a guy that puts in this kind of work on these videos. That's unbelievable to me. Like, I guess you just got to get found, right? Let me put his link in the chat, because if you want to go sub, he's got a bunch of other stuff.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. He's got an SCP video on here too. Simply Green. Spore horror movie, AI movie trailer. So look at that. He's doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So let me put his link in the chat, because if you guys want to check him out, there you go. It's fun. But apparently, like, even Elon Musk is worried about what they do in
Good evening.
God damn it, where was I at?
Charles Taylor here.
I didn't even
And
remember
tonight,
where I was at.
I welcome you to join me. Build the first signs that this was no ordinary cave system. Initially, these corridors appeared to be natural formations.
Look at this, Mark. I mean,
oh, it's really something. It's amazing.
How does he do it? Like I do like he keeps it dark, so he doesn't have to be that detailed, right? Like, it's very 1930s black and white. So that's cool.
Shaped by geological processes over time. However, upon closer examination, The team identified several subtle yet telling features that pointed to deliberate alteration. The smooth surfaces and precise angles observed along the tunnel walls were highly unusual, particularly given the region's history of volcanic and glacial activity, which typically leaves behind rough, irregular formations. What caught the team's attention, however, were the faint, parallel striations and uniform grooves embedded in the rock, markings that strongly suggested the use of heavy machinery or advanced cutting tools. As the team ventured deeper into the subterranean complex, they arrived at a large, curved chamber that immediately stood out from the previous sections they had explored. This chamber was significantly larger than the other caverns and tunnels encountered thus far. Embedded...
I got to tell you, Mark, if I went someplace underground and something looked like this, I'd be getting the fuck out. Especially if I heard a sound that does not anything I've never heard before, I'd be gone. I'm not this brave. This is crazy.
Big steel feet walking on rock or something like that.
God, yes, like no.
With precision into the rock walls of this chamber and its connecting tunnels were large circular objects, each one positioned at regular intervals. These structures resembled hatches, or perhaps storage tanks of some kind.
Or a vault from Fallout.
Though their exact purpose remained unclear. The material appeared metallic, but the type of metal used in their construction was not immediately identifiable. Adding to the mystery, these objects were adorned with engraved symbols, believed to be hieroglyphic in nature. However, researchers and archaeologists were unable to match them with any known ancient civilization, marking a major turning point in the expedition.
Anunnaki.
Further exploration of the area and its connected caverns and tunnels led to the discovery of several chambers that contained more elaborate carvings.
I just like this is it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like what an imagination the guy has to even sit around and go, how do I make a 1931 black and white movie about robots exploring a cave in Antarctica?
And rows upon rows of what the team described as metal pods. These pods, ellipsoidal in shape and marked with intricate symbols similar to those found on the hatches, were exceptionally dense. The expedition's exploration automatons, equipped with advanced lifting mechanisms, struggled to move even a single pod, indicating an unusually high mass-to-volume ratio for their size.
Or some
robot eggs. They're robot eggs.
They're robot eggs. Could you imagine? Yes, we're more advanced. We give birth to our robots.
Initial material analysis of the pods suggested they were composed of an alloy unlike any currently known, with a composition that resisted standard spectrometric identification. This mysterious metal, potentially a composite of rare earth elements, added to the growing speculation about the technological capabilities of the civilization that constructed these structures. What further intrigued the team was the faint electromagnetic charge that these pods emitted.
Well, seems like it would be a giant electromagnetic pulse because it was affecting airplanes flying over the area. That's why you're there investigating.
This phenomenon prompted the question, could these objects be the source of the electromagnetic anomalies detected throughout the site? But before this revelation could be investigated further, the team discovered another large chamber nearby that contained the most intriguing archaeological evidence yet. In this attached section were huge statues carved directly out of the rock walls. These figures bore a striking resemblance to modern automatons, with intricate mechanical features crafted with such attention to detail that it was clear the creators of this subterranean complex had an advanced understanding.
Yeah, like this could be a good movie, Mark and Jim. This would be interesting as a full movie. Reggie is the man. Phantasm was a great series of movies, even if number 2 was kind of jarring. Oh my goodness, it's great.
Of machinery. especially when considered alongside earlier discoveries. But who were these creators? Were they indigenous to the frozen wastes of Antarctica? Or was this place the product of an advanced antediluvian society that traveled to the continent at a time when conditions were more favorable? The technological sophistication evident in these statues, combined
Jim,
with the earlier
Do
discovery
you
of the
think
mysterious
Antarctica was
pods,
ever habitable?
suggested a level of knowledge that
Do you think it was ever habitable in Antarctica?
Well,
You're muted, Jim. Jim, you're muted.
Oh, long time ago.
You think so?
Yeah.
well, the
Okay.
continents all moved around, so why not?
Yeah.
Plus, it was in an SG-1 episode, so it must be real.
Oh, well, they got everything.
There was a time. There was a time supposedly when there was no ice on the planet.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, when the dinosaurs were around.
Everything was a lot hotter. Yeah.
Huh. No ice even when the dinosaurs were here. Okay.
that far surpassed that of any known ancient society. Could an advanced civilization have once thrived in Antarctica, developing technologies and capabilities beyond what history currently
It
acknowledges?
looked like they did.
In the shadows of the chamber, a narrow opening revealed yet another passage in the ever-growing labyrinth. This passage descended even deeper into the earth for several hundred meters before opening up into another series of more natural caverns. But what the team would find down here would be far from natural. Its walls adorned with engravings and hieroglyphics, similar to those encountered throughout the expedition, but far more extravagant. An initial survey uncovered several connected rooms, each housing a series of devices that appeared to be some form of ancient machinery, their surfaces dotted with intricate arrays of what resembled dials, switches, and indicators. Yet the absence of any visible wiring or connections left the scientists puzzled. Studies would likely continue here for decades to come, and would be hailed as the greatest archaeological discovery of the century. It was reported that at this point of the expedition, a group of soldiers discovered something even more startling: synthetic limbs, ocular devices, and several partially assembled android-like machines. The limbs
You see the film he's got going on there, Mark? He's got everything going on.
were remarkably human-like, complete with joints and artificial musculature that mimicked the human form with eerie accuracy. They were coated in a white, fleshy polymer with a texture described as both tough and flexible. The ocular devices were constructed from a glass-like material with crystal clarity. They were housed in metal casings, suggesting they were designed for insertion into these artificial beings. The discovery of these human-like parts raised more unsettling questions about the purpose of the facility and the advanced artificial life it may have supported. The weight of these revelations prompted Sergeant Lewis Caldwell to call an immediate meeting to reevaluate the research strategy and determine how best.
You don't have enough people. There's too much shit there to look at.
To proceed
Holy crap.
with this increasingly complex site. In the end, it was decided that the bulk of the expedition would continue the research and investigation of the newly uncovered chambers and machinery, while smaller groups mapped the tunnels and installed more temporary lighting. It would be during these examinations that Dr. Isaac Wells, a leading British geophysicist and keen archaeologist, conducted a closer inspection of one of the panels, intrigued by the seamless integration of metallic and crystalline materials that covered its surface. Unbeknownst to him, this functioned as an interface of some kind, an interface that seemingly breathed life into this long, dormant structure upon contact. The activation triggered a series of uniquely designed lighting systems that methodically illuminated the vast interiors. Alongside this, a series of vats, previously unseen in the dim light, began to operate. These vats connected by a network of ancient pipes and conduits, filled with a viscous fluid that started circulating throughout the complex. Accompanying these mechanical awakenings, a low-pitched hum resonated from the depths of the structure, gradually increasing in volume. As the humming intensified from the activation of the workshop systems, a separate team ventured down a narrow, winding passage leading away from the main area. This path opened into a vast chamber that starkly contrasted with the meticulously organized layout of the workshop. The chamber resembled a construction site or a salvage yard, strewn with debris and mechanical parts in various states of assembly. Piles of metal scraps and components were heaped against the walls, interspersed with tools and partially disassembled machinery. It was in this would-be scrapyard they would make another remarkable discovery: a 1913 U.S. Automata Corps frontline automaton. It was in surprisingly good condition, revealing no signs of rust or decay, unusual for machinery of its age, especially in such a harsh environment. Intrigued, the team approached for a closer look, completely unaware of what lurked in the shadows and caverns all around them. As they neared the automaton, the constant low-pitched hum that had filled the chamber was replaced with a more familiar sound: the sound of mechanical life. But how did they get here? And why was it only now they had decided to show themselves? Had they been hiding? Or was there something else responsible for the dormant state in which they were found? The men quickly scrambled toward the exit in hopes of warning the fellow expedition members, while others, blinded by panic and the disorientating surroundings, inadvertently pushed deeper into the complex's maze-like corridors, their
That would be terrifying if it was true.
fate unknown.
That'd be so terrifying.
Meanwhile, the other members of the expedition remained absorbed in their study of the ancient machinery and structures, unaware of the peril rapidly converging upon them. Their scholarly endeavors were violently interrupted, with large organized groups of automatons emerging from a number of passages, the sounds of their mechanical joints and whirring motors blending into an unnatural cacophony of mechanical terror. The automatons opened fire without warning or hesitation. Researchers and scholars scrambled for cover as accompanying soldiers attempted to take up defensive positions, their thoughts of discovery replaced by a raw fight for survival. Over the next several hours, the members of the expedition engaged in continuous combat, facing mechanized opponents that outnumbered and outlasted their forces. British and American troops employed a mix of tactical maneuvers, utilizing choke points within the tunnels to temporarily halt the automaton's progress. Despite initial successes, the relentless onslaught began to wear down their defensive lines. Incendiary weapons, deployed by both sides, turned narrow passages into infernos, complicating movement and contributing to the expedition's losses. As the conflict intensified, the labyrinthine tunnels became a battleground of strategy and desperation. Both the expedition members and their mechanical adversaries maneuvered through the winding passages, each side attempting to outflank the other. Skirmishes erupted in narrow corridors and vast caverns alike, with neither side able to secure a definitive advantage. The expedition forces employed every tactic at their disposal. Small units were dispatched to intercept enemy movements, setting up ambushes where the terrain allowed. These efforts met with some success, momentarily halting the automaton's relentless advance. However, the enemy's numbers seemed inexhaustible, and each victory was tempered by mounting casualties. Complicating matters, the expedition's own automatons began to fail. It became a growing concern that disrupted their entire defensive strategy. Engineers scrambled to diagnose the cause of the malfunctions, suspecting interference from the ancient technology embedded throughout the complex. As reports of malfunctioning units increased, uncertainty.
Amazing how we have all this fucking live footage from 1931, but we got guys in Afghanistan in 2002 that can't snap a picture of the fucking giant.
These aren't real pictures.
Are you sure?
This is, come on.
This is it's just another history. It's an alternate hit. I'm just kidding, Jim. I'm just being a smartass. But I mean, like, they got such good video of this from 1931.
You know, at various points in this, it looks like I recognize things from either old movies or other things where, like, he took this stuff, assembled it, and then threw it through like a filter to do the black and white and kind of almost cartoonish outline effect that's on the people. But things look very familiar. And if you grab those and mix them together, you get something like this, I think. Because he didn't draw all this or whatever, and it's not a standard
Programmed all
AI.
this. Like, I mean, could you imagine all the fucking hardware you would need to, or what kind of, computing software you would need to make this an AI? Like, this is a 26-minute video. This is a long video.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that it isn't any AI. It's just that it is not one AI that said, make me this movie. I think there's like layers of work in here.
Yeah.
And concern spread among the ranks. The failure of their automatons left critical gaps in the defensive lines, which the enemy quickly exploited. The mechanical adversaries pressed forward, their advance now more difficult to contain. Despite the dire circumstances, acts of courage were abundant. Teams of soldiers held key positions against overwhelming odds, their determination buying valuable time for others to regroup.
Nobody ever fires a shot, though.
I know.
You're 12 feet away. Fire.
Shoot. God dang it.
Game over.
Blue Gundam made a Twitter. Well, follow me over there, buddy. Captain Bipto says, so they set ice walls on fire? Like, yeah. You followed me on it? Oh, cool. All right.
Yeah, welcome to hell, Blue Gundam.
Yeah, just don't
be sorry you made a Twitter.
Don't pay attention to it. Just DM people.
And maintaining lines of communication. Yet the cumulative pressure of the ongoing assaults began to take its toll. Supplies dwindled and exhaustion set in. The automatons, unaffected by fatigue, maintained their unyielding pressure. As the situation worsened, reports reached Caldwell that among the ranks of the enemy were fully operational versions of the pale, humanoid-looking machines they had previously encountered only partially constructed in the workshop. This alarming development suggested that the complex was a fully functional production facility for advanced automatons, further escalating the stakes of the battle. But as the hours passed and the onslaught continued, it was clear they had little hope against these machines of war. The expedition faced the harsh reality that without a significant change in strategy, their position was untenable. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the leadership prepared to make difficult decisions. The priority shifted to finding a solution that would safeguard as many lives as possible while preventing the mechanical forces from reaching the surface.
What if you blow up the tunnel? Right? Just blow up the tunnel that they're trying to go through.
They were acutely aware of the historical precedents set by the automaton wars of 1913. The devastation caused by automatons during those conflicts had led
to Chicago, Mark.
Yeah. I saw that.
Significant technological and societal shifts. The possibility of these advanced, possibly uncontrolled...
There's your giant, Jim. There's your giant. Someone we've been looking for all this time. Jeez.
Automatons.
Why would you build something that big that has the ability to walk around and swing his arms? I mean, why would we do this to ourselves?
Posed a risk of sparking a new automaton rebellion, an eventuality that could lead to catastrophic losses, both in human lives and to the global industry. Understanding the potential for history to repeat itself, the decision to seal the complex became not only a tactical necessity, but also a preventative measure against a broader existential threat. The leadership planned to use controlled demolitions to collapse key sections of the complex. specifically targeting the tunnels connected to the underground entrance to prevent any automatons from escaping to the surface. The volunteers tasked with this mission were briefed on the importance of their roles, not just in the context of the expedition, but as a crucial line of defense against a potential new era of automaton-led conflict. With this weighty responsibility, they set the explosives with precision, ensuring that the automatons would be contained within the underground labyrinth. As the evacuation of non-essential personnel commenced, those remaining executed the plan under the shadow of the past wars. Their actions were driven by the urgent need to avoid a repeat of history, where automatons had once roamed free, causing destruction and chaos. In the quiet moments before the execution of their plan, those volunteers who had chosen to stay behind made their final preparations. Some wrote quick notes or recorded messages for loved ones, while others exchanged embraces with those about to evacuate, a testament to the bonds forged in the crucible of shared adversity. Caldwell communicated the readiness to initiate the detonation sequence. He confirmed that as many as possible had been evacuated and it was time to act. The gravity of his voice conveyed the weight of the moment. With the enemy forces drawn in, a final nod was exchanged among the volunteers. A deep breath, a moment of silence. Then the button was pressed. The detonations were staggered, creating a powerful series of explosions that shook the ground. The intense bursts of light from the blasts echoed through the tunnels, sealing the passages and cutting off any path for the automatons to the surface. As the smoke still lingered from the detonation, an American researcher at the base camp initiated contact with Washington. What had begun as a scientific expedition had quickly escalated into an event of global significance, and now the leadership back home needed to be informed. In Washington, the urgency of the call was not lost on the officials at the White House. High-level discussions between military leaders and scientific advisors followed immediately.
Hey, Mike.
Discovery had
Jim.
far...
What's up?
No, nothing got accomplished in that meeting. There was way too many people in that room. Like, look,
at the White House. High-level
people, nothing happens. They just sit there and say, "We'll talk about it at the next meeting."
discussions between military leaders and scientific advisors followed immediately. The discovery had far-reaching implications that went beyond mere research. There was now a real threat to be contained. Preparations were made swiftly, and it was agreed that advanced military forces, both human and mechanized, would need to be deployed to secure Palmer land. The discoveries made by the expedition complicated the situation.
I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Reports of the automaton's failures within the complex led to suspicions that the guillotine devices, designed to prevent rogue automatons, might have malfunctioned. This sparked immediate debate among military and scientific advisors. Though the guillotines were essential to maintaining control over automatons since their implementation post-1917, concerns grew over their reliability within the unstable environment of the underground facility. The debate centered on whether to disable the guillotine devices, risking loss of control, or keep them active and risk further malfunctions that could leave the forces without their most reliable assets.
Do you think, Mark, that this is like a warning? Like, let's not fuck around with robots. Like, we don't need these robots around in everybody's house.
You know, we've had so many sci-fi shows that have warned us of this. I still feel like if they get to the level of technology, they're going to do it anyways.
They're going to do it.
Yeah, like Skynet or something. Oh yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Every sci-fi movie since the 50s. Yeah,
everything. I mean,
strong opposition from the International Automata Regulatory Board and military advisors, the president, under immense political pressure, overruled these concerns. He ordered the removal of the guillotines, deeming them a hindrance rather than a safeguard. His decision, made amidst heated discussions with British officials, was met with continued opposition. Now stripped of their fail-safes, the fleets mobilized, prepared for whatever lay beneath the ice. Soon, ships set sail from the United States and the United Kingdom,
Holy shit!
loaded with troops, automatons, and equipment designed for both research and defense. The scale of the military operation reflected the severity of the potential threat still buried beneath the ice. This was no longer just a matter of exploration. It was containment and protection. As the fleets arrived off the coast of Palmer Land, the magnitude of the mission was undeniable. Landing crafts carried soldiers and advanced military automatons ashore, their presence signaling the start of a large-scale effort to neutralize any remnants of the past that might rise again. What had once been a site of historical curiosity had now become the focal point of a military campaign, and as many of you will know, be the catalyst for one of the most turbulent periods of human history, a period that would earn its place in history books for centuries to come.
We do? We do? What happened? Like, I don't know what happened after this.
What happened next?
What? Oh my!
I love all the video assets. You know, things cut out of World War II movies and all of that. It really must be some mix of existing things and then altered, maybe with AI, and then filtered, and very impressive though. There looks like there's a lot of work in there.
A lot of work. Has there ever been a sci-fi movie that praised an AI future? No. It always goes wrong. It always goes wrong. I hate it when they try to make make the AI a sympathetic thing. Mark, it's like, no, you're not real. You're just an AI. You're just a creation put together by us. That's not a living or breathing thing. So no, I hate when they do that shit.
Well, they did too much of that in Star Trek. In the later Star Trek series, they could make a living being just by telling the computer, make a person that is sentient. Okay. And then suddenly, oh my God, we got to keep this alive because, they're living and breathing and thinking. Oh, come on, people.
I know, right? Like emotional and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Picard and Data were actually a couple.
Yeah, that's apparently from the Picard series. That what they made it sound like early on.
Oh, right. Like
they were never close at all in Next Generation or the movies, but suddenly they had, a thing going. Oh, okay.
This deep love for each other. Like, oh my God, where did this come from? It's crazy. So how's your day, buddy?
Pretty good. Yeah. Nice to wrap up a week. Fridays are nice. Weekends coming up. Good thing. Yep.
Yeah. No holiday this week, though.
No, unfortunately.
We are getting into the holiday season now, right? Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, all that good stuff.
Well, seeing a lot of people post a lot of Halloween stuff on Twitter. People are talking about, what they're doing for Halloween, whatever they're dressing up as or whatever. So that's interesting. Not that I do that, but hey.
Halloween's just never been like this. Like, I love scary movies, but like Halloween, when I was a kid, it was fun. But like, there's adults that just fucking think that it's like they actually call it a holiday. It's not a fucking holiday. It's not.
For a party, I mean, if you're to like cosplay or something, then
it's like Valentine's Day. Yeah. It's not a fucking holiday, people. It's just a day that they gave a name to, just to celebrate something that you care about. They should actually make like Halloween the last, Saturday of October. That way kids aren't trick-or-treating on Tuesday night and have to be home at fucking, like, these poor kids, they're done trick-or-treating by 5:30 at night. Like,
Oh yeah, you want to get the kids out there, and you go a little after dark because it's kind of fun, and you got a bunch of kids and an adult walking around, and that's kind of nice. But yeah,
do you
you
remember when
you
you
got
were
to
a
end.
kid in trick or
Oh,
treat? You were out to like 10 o'clock at night.
oh, and we went
Every
far and wide, and
yes,
sometimes you would even go back, empty your bag out, back out again with an empty bag, and start going again.
oh, dude, my parents didn't walk around with me. Are you kidding? After like 7, they're like, "Get the fuck out of here! Go trick or treat with your buddies." So we did. Now trick or treat is going to the fucking mall and getting candy from the stores. Oh
Yeah.
no, I don't want to do that. I don't even want to take my kids to do that. I feel bad for the kids knowing that this isn't what Halloween really is.
Well, and nobody, probably rightly so, trusts any neighbors anymore because I don't know, things have changed, and
Because there's too much information on people out there.
yeah,
Like everybody knows like all I got to do is do a Google search, right? Or do some kind of weird search. But we're no safer. We're really not.
no,
Because a lot of people don't ever search. I've never done a search on my neighborhood to see who lives in my neighborhood, Mark.
no, I've never done that. I know that there are, like, I'm not sure what words we can say, but PDF lists and so forth where you can find
Yeah.
within a 20-mile radius of me
Vendors,
how
all
many.
that stuff, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. I've never done that ever.
no,
Yeah, weekends. The only reason you left at 10 is because you're watching the good cartoons from like 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Then 10 a.m. the lame cartoons came on. Later on
yeah.
Saturday, the lamer they got. So
Yep.
you fucking got your jacket on, or if it was summer, you just put your shoes on and you went to your buddy's house, you knocked on the door, and you were gone. Until the sun went down.
Street lights came on, Dave. Street lights come on. That's when you have to be home before the street lights come on.
Oh yeah. I mean, of course. Like, man, these kids today, I feel so bad. Like if there's more than 5 kids hanging out together walking down the road, the cop stops to see what the fuck they're doing. Like,
Yeah.
leave them alone, god damn it. They're just being people. They're being kids. They're trying to have some fun. I don't remember my kids ever like going to a party that wasn't a graduation party at somebody's house in the summer. Other than that, I don't they just on Friday and Saturday night, a lot of times my kids were home, after the football game or after whatever sport they were playing. They weren't going out with their buddies and getting into just getting into general shit, Mark, just having a good time. Because they know that they're going to get harassed by the fucking police. Well, no. My kids didn't grow up here. We've only been here 3 years. They've lived in we lived in California. We lived in a lot of places with a lot of population, most of their life. So, but trick or treat, I think, was ruined probably a good 20 years ago, Mark. A good 20 years ago, they just put the kibosh. Like, I remember my wife one day saying, "Oh, the mall is having trick or treat this year." I said, "Yeah, but they can go right out the front door." "No, they don't do that anymore." I go, "What?" She goes, "Not really. It's not like when we were kids." I'm like, "So I don't have to buy candy?" She goes, "No, if you turn off your light, people know not to knock on your door. So we'll just turn off the light." I go, "Well, that's gay." I don't want to be that guy either. I want kids to be able to be kids, and they're taking a lot of that away from them.
Yeah.
They just are. Cartoons for the win. Yeah, I if you get a chance, Mark, I'm going to give Crazy Cat some props. I watched that show Arcane that he told me about.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy Cat. It's a Netflix animated show. It's fucking good.
Oh, cool.
It's so good. I bought the box set on Amazon tonight. It's only 1 season, but I think it's 9 episodes. Yeah, it's 9 episodes, and it's an easy watch. The animation is wild. Like in the beginning, like, oh my god, is this a little uncanny valley stuff? Like, that looks too real, but they kind of tone it down. You know what I mean? Like they understood, I think, that they might be getting a little too realistic.
Yeah.
But the story was fun. I think it took, the Crazy Cat said it took him 6 years to make that first season.
Really?
Yeah, but these are like 48-minute animated episodes. That's a lot of animation, man.
Well, then they were doing it the old-fashioned way, where animation took forever to do because nobody has the heart to do that anymore.
Yeah, and that first season came out in 2021. And when I watched the last episode tonight, it said the new season is coming out November 9th. So we're 3 years plus out from the last time they released something. That is a lot of time. So, and it's the final season. So they're only doing 2 seasons.
Wow.
And they're out. Yeah. Usually went out to the sand pits around 10 a.m. after the cartoons. But if it was rainy out or something like that, I would watch creature double features. Yeah.
Oh, we had we called them sand banks because it was like new construction and all that. And I think us kids knocked down an awful lot of those sandbanks so that we may have actually impacted like construction and so forth because we were just jumping off of them and collapsing the cliffs of sand and so forth. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, I mean,
I know you moved around a lot when you were a kid in a lot of foreign lands and so forth, but we had this is so long ago when school was called off. They would interrupt the normal shows on TV to put on weekdays when kids would be home. Put on
from
cartoons
like snow days or whatever.
Yeah. So you get a big snow day, and you get snow day theater. And so they have some cartoons, and then they bring on some movie that kids would like, and they cancel all the soap operas and all of that. Those were the times.
Never ever saw that. Never. But remember, I lived in Adak, Alaska in the 70s, so we didn't even have TV. Like that was real TV. It was all pre-recorded stuff that they would just play over the base station. That was all the way up until like 1983, and when we lived in Iceland, it was still the same thing. So we could never watch anything that was on the network until my last year in Iceland. We got CNN. Yeah, that's what they gave us. But
up in New England, they called it Snowbound Theater. That's what they called it.
Imagine though, your local TV stations were so in tune with their local community back then that they knew the kids were going to be home and they needed to be entertained.
Yeah.
Unlike today, where everything is so corporate, they don't give a shit. They're just going to play their fucking The View, because they want those beautiful advertiser dollars, right? And the kids can go F themselves. So yeah.
Well, speaking of Halloween, I have a horror story, Dave.
Oh no.
It's not really. The last time I took my car in to have something done, and I was forced to be there for like an hour and a half or something that should have taken 10 minutes. The only place you can sit is in the lounge area, which has a TV turned on, volume up, showing something. And what were they showing the entire time I was there? The fucking View.
That's a horror.
Whoopi Goldberg and all of that. And I can't go outside. It's freaking cold out there. I'm stuck in this one space, and the damn View is on. And this was a few years ago, they had AOC on.
Oh, dude, you know what they were trying to do? Christ. They were trying to get you to go buy a new car. They were trying to get you to get out of that room and go look at new cars. I imagine, like, oh my God, that's insane. AOC, along with those, like, that's what's her name? Bert or
Joy Bear, whatever.
Joy, what's her name, Jim? Boy Bearheart or
Behar?
Yeah,
Joy Behar. Yeah. Whoopi Goldberg, AOC. Fun times, people.
Not fun. Not fun. I've only seen like The View passing by. I've never wanted to watch an episode of that. Have you ever watched it, Jim?
No.
Oh God, no.
What is this video, Jim?
It's about government weather manipulation.
Do you think we had that capability? We talked about it a little bit the other night, but you actually think we can seed the clouds, but we can't pinpoint it?
Well, wait a second. The guy that Jim goes to his camp and all of that stuff says, ignore all this. We don't have the capability. We watched that video. The guy said, we do not have the ability to control the weather.
No. We don't have the ability to create hurricanes. We don't.
Okay.
We do have the ability to affect the weather.
But we can't solve a drought situation.
Or they don't want to solve a drought
I
situation.
don't know. We
if they have the
definitely caused a bunch of monsoons during Vietnam War.
That's what the video said, yeah.
Did we watch this already?
Well, we did a weather control video.
Can't remember if maybe we watched this one already. Did we watch this
I
one?
pulled it up, but we didn't watch it.
Oh.
We've
About
got
a
into
month
it a
ago,
little
the
bit.
U.S. Patent Office granted a patent to a Houston-based scientist, Dr. Bernard Eastland, for an invention which Dr. Eastland says could be used to change the weather.
What if the
flood
weather you
Dubai
see
lately,
outside
recently?
your window isn't as natural as it seems? Today we're diving into the secretive world of U.S. government weather manipulation programs, exploring not
Are we
only
the
the
only
infamous
fucking place
projects
doing
and
it?
the minds behind them,
No.
but also the fearless journalists like Jack Anderson,
Weather
who
wars.
blew the whistle on these
Goddamn
clandestine
communists.
operations. We'll peel back the layers on how Anderson's investigations into the CIA and government projects expose some of the most controversial secrets of the 20th century. Are we truly ready to face the consequences of trying to control nature? Or have we set ourselves on a dangerous path that could
I'd like to drive through there.
catastrophic?
Me too. That'd be awesome.
Cloud seeding is a method for artificially producing rain or snow. It requires modifying a cloud's chemical structure to boost the chances of precipitation with the added substance of silver iodide, which works as a condensation agent.
Let's start with Operation Popeye, the covert weather manipulation project conducted by the U.S. military during the Vietnam War. Using cloud seeding to extend the monsoon season over the Ho Chi Minh Trail, the goal was to flood enemy supply lines, disrupting their movements and logistics.
With it, the U.S. military extended at least 5 monsoon seasons, causing detrimental effects to the unknowing Vietnamese citizens and soldiers.
Silver iodide was released into the clouds to intensify rainfall, turning the once passable roads into muddy traps that slowed down the North Vietnamese forces. The ethical implications of Operation Popeye were explosive. Not only did it affect enemy troops, but it also wreaked havoc on the lives of countless civilians, flooding villages and farms.
Despite multiple hearings in Congress, military officers, and even President Nixon himself denied it existing at all.
How fast does that guy talk?
When the operation was finally exposed, it led to international outcry and the eventual creation of the Environmental Modification Convention, (ENMOD) Treaty, which prohibited the use of environmental warfare.
Did you slow that
The
down?
operation remained under
No,
wraps
the other guy
until
just talks
Jack
super
Anderson, a fearless investigative journalist, broke the story in 1971. Anderson's reporting revealed the lengths to which the U.S. government was willing to go in order to win the war, sparking public outrage and a call for ethical guidelines
Oh,
on
this
the
is
use
the
of
one we
weather
did
as
watch,
a
Jim,
weapon.
because he said that there was 5
I have never-
monsoons in
Yeah,
Nixon.
and then they exposed it in 71, and we did the math. We're like, that's under Johnson.
Yeah. 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 The,
All right, we did watch
and,
this.
and Captain Bipto's right. The fucking they have rain like this all the time over there. Like
All right,
these
here's this one here.
Yeah,
What
they-
if I told you that some
5 presidential conspiracies? Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm sure these are going to be loving America videos.
of the most powerful figures in American history were at the center of secret plots and political conspiracies?
In 1777, George Washington, Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, was fighting on 2 fronts, one against the British Redcoats and one against enemies in his own ranks.
That some of the earliest presidents of the United States were entangled in schemes involving everything from military coups to shady political deals. Well, buckle up, because today we're diving into some of the most fascinating and sometimes forgotten conspiracies involving U.S. presidents during the 1700s and 1800s. Let's start with George Washington and the Conway Cabal. You probably know Washington as the revered first president and general of the Continental Army. But did you know not everyone in his ranks was a fan?
Battle of Brandywine, Washington's army failed to stop the Redcoats, who marched triumphant into the then capital. Washington's impeccable reputation as commander-in-chief was called into question.
Yep, in the middle of the Revolutionary War, a secret plot was brewing to have Washington removed from command. Enter the Conway Cabal, a group of Continental officers unhappy with Washington's leadership during the tough years of 1777 and 1778. These guys weren't just whispering complaints behind his back, they were actively trying to get him replaced by General Horatio Gates.
For Gates, the timing was good. Thomas Conway, an Irish-born soldier, had written to him criticizing Washington's leadership, and when the letter was revealed, it made Washington's defenders wary.
Why Gates? Well, he had just scored a big victory at the Battle of Saratoga, and some thought he'd be a better leader. But here's the kicker. Gates didn't even directly push for the position. Instead, it was General Thomas Conway, a critic of Washington, who started stirring the pot. The conspiracy got so intense that letters were written and secret meetings held, but Washington had friends in high places.
Congress was divided. Those who wanted to replace Washington knew that opposing him openly would be risky.
Thanks to timely warnings, the plot was exposed, and instead of being ousted, Washington's reputation only grew stronger. The Conway Cabal? It fizzled out, leaving its conspirators in the shadows of history.
Jim,
Next up, Aaron Burr and his...
Pause it. How is that a Washington conspiracy?
I don't know.
Mark?
No,
that's not
I
his
know.
conspiracy.
No, it's stupid.
That's a dumb one. Sorry, that was dumb. He talked about a bunch of pissed off fucking generals that wanted him outed. He didn't fucking try to out them. What
Yeah,
the hell?
and there's a whole bunch of also pro Washington videos and so forth, where there was a story about how they wanted him out at the end, and he was trying to stop them from rebelling. And he walked into the room with all of his secondary officers and so forth, and he talks to them for a few minutes, and he's going to read them something. Then he pulls out his eyeglasses and said, "As long as I've been serving here, I've not only grown old, but I've grown blind." And he puts on his glasses, and tears dropped all over the room, and the rebellion was over because it's, he's our hero. So there's stuff on both sides. The truth is somewhere in between all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is not good. There is something that will definitely get you struck.
Well, I don't monetize it, so it doesn't matter.
But this is, I was talking tear jerkers. All right. Noble stories of historical figures that were bigger and above beyond. I just put in the private chat something.
Okay.
I've watched this several times, and I've watched reactor videos watching this. This is over the top, pro-American stuff, but it's really kind of interesting. So maybe you play a minute or two of it or something, and we'll see what people think.
Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead, Jim. Let's hear what Raymond Burr is about.
Wild plot to create a whole new nation. Aaron Burr is best known for being the guy who shot Alexander Hamilton, but there's so much more to his story.
It was 1806, and the United States was grappling with what some might describe as the nation's first real modern politician.
After his vice presidency under Thomas Jefferson, Burr had grander ambitions than just fading into the background.
2 years prior, in 1803, President Thomas Jefferson oversaw the purchase of the Louisiana Territory from France, which gave the United States control over the Mississippi and, more importantly, the port of New Orleans.
From 1805 to 1807, he was allegedly involved in what's now known as the Burr Conspiracy, a plot to establish an independent nation in the western U.S. territories and parts of Mexico. Sounds far-fetched? Well, it gets even juicier. Burr had secret meetings with wealthy backers, recruited a small army, and allegedly schemed to seize control of New Orleans and carve out a new empire in the West.
While we today still don't know exactly what Burr's true intentions were, the general belief is that Burr wanted to create a new, independent country that included parts of the Louisiana Territory and perhaps even parts of Mexico.
He even enlisted the help of U.S. General James Wilkinson, who was serving as a double agent for Spain. The plan started to unravel when Wilkinson turned on Burr and tipped off President Jefferson. Burr was arrested and put on trial for treason. But here's the twist. He was acquitted due to a lack of solid evidence, leaving historians to debate whether he really intended to create a new country or if it was all just a big misunderstanding.
There's even evidence to suggest that Burr even plotted to conquer the United States proper, not just the Western territories. Other accounts claim that Burr sought to create a new dynasty with him as the nation's first emperor or king.
Either way, Burr's political career is over, and he lived out the rest of his life in obscurity. Now let's move to 1824
Wait.
and talk about the corrupt bargain.
So Burr kills the president and doesn't go to jail. He just lives in obscurity.
No, he didn't kill the president. Hamilton wasn't the president. I think it was the secretary.
Or secretary. He wasn't president.
No, Hamilton was never president.
So it was the duel, though, right?
It was like a duel.
A gentleman's duel.
Yeah, gentleman's duel.
So the conspiracy was what president? Like
it was when he's saying it was when Thomas Jefferson was president, so it was when he was vice president.
I don't know.
Back then, the loser became vice president. Two people ran, and the winner was president, and the loser became vice president.
Oh, is that their punishment?
No, that was what it was. It was the loser, like whoever ran, whoever was the loser became vice president.
No, I know.
Setup.
But like that sounds like punishment. It just does. Aaron Burr just wanted to create the Rip-a-Burse. He was gonna make his own statues, bodkins, short coats, and hand-drawn political books. Aaron Burr was America's first businessman. Oh my God!
Let's see what
all right, what is this one?
Of 1824.
Imagine this, a presidential election where no candidate wins enough electoral votes and the decision goes to the House of Representatives.
The top three candidates, John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, and Andrew Jackson, were all from the Republican Party, the only party that existed at the time.
Sounds like chaos, right? Well, that's exactly what happened in the 1824 election. Andrew Jackson had won the most popular votes, but he didn't have enough electoral votes to secure the presidency. Enter Henry Clay, the Speaker of the House who had the power to sway the vote. Here's where things get shady. John Quincy Adams, who was in second place, supposedly struck a deal with Clay.
Jackson supporters accused Adams of making a secret deal with Clay, rewarding him with the office of Secretary of State in exchange for his votes for president. The deal became known as the corrupt bargain. Jackson supporters split off from the Republican Party and forged a new party called the Democratic Republicans.
When Adams won the presidency and Clay was indeed named Secretary of State, people were outraged, calling it a corrupt bargain. Jackson and his supporters were furious, and the scandal followed Adams for the rest of his term, ultimately helping Jackson win the next election in 1828.
You get national Republicans who follow John Quincy Adams, and then you get Democratic Republicans who follow Andrew Jackson. And what ends up occurring is that ultimately Jackson's followers drop the Republican part of Democratic, and they just become known as the Jacksonian Democratic Party or the Jacksonian Democrats.
Was there really a backroom deal between Adams and Clay? We may never know for sure, but the rumors of corruption left a permanent stain on both of their legacies. Speaking of Andrew Jackson, let's talk about the bank war and the Panic of 1837.
As his first term neared an end, Jackson made a decision that would alter the role the federal government played in the economy.
Andrew Jackson was a man of the people, or at least that's how he portrayed himself. But his enemies had a different view, especially when it came to his war on the Second Bank of the United States. Jackson saw the bank as a tool for the rich and powerful, a corrupt institution that only benefited the elite at the expense of everyday Americans.
The Second Bank of the United States was given a 20-year charter by Congress in 1816.
Was that the name of the bank, Jim? The Second
This
Bank
charter
of the United
granted
States?
So yeah, they had the first bank, the second bank, the third bank.
Oh, like First National, Second
Yeah,
National.
First National.
Yeah.
But back then it was before. This was before the Federal Reserve and all the private banking, which really ain't private.
Wow.
Bank the power to act as the government's financial agent. The bank held the country's deposits, made loans, and regulated the currency.
So in 1833, he made the controversial decision to dismantle it. This led to all sorts of conspiracy theories. Some claimed that Jackson was deliberately trying to destabilize the economy for political gain, while others argued that powerful financial elites were plotting behind the scenes to bring Jackson down.
Jackson told his future vice president, Martin Van Buren, "The bank is trying to kill me, but I will kill it." Jackson, true to his character, determined to destroy the bank before its charter expired in 1836. Jackson ordered most of the U.S. government's funds to be moved out of the bank and into state banks, which his political opponents dubbed pet banks.
The result? Economic chaos. The destruction of the national bank led to a series of financial crises culminating in the Panic of 1837, one of the worst economic depressions in U.S. history. Critics of Jackson blamed him for the collapse, accusing him of recklessly playing with the nation's finances. Jackson's supporters, on the other hand, saw him as a hero standing up to the corrupt banking system.
Although the bank's operations were supervised by the president and Congress, around 80% of the bank was privately owned, and its profits benefited a large number of wealthy American and foreign stockholders.
The climate was so heated over the course of the bank wars that in 1835, Andrew Jackson became the first U.S. president to survive an assassination attempt. Whether you see him as a villain or a champion of the common man, there's no denying that Jackson's war on the bank stirred up plenty of controversy and conspiracy in his day.
What do you think?
Let's dive
Jim?
into the
You think he
biggest
did the right
conspiracy
thing?
of all.
I don't know.
Should we have a central governed bank like we do now? All they're doing is manipulating currency that way, right?
Where's all the government's money now?
You mean their debt?
right?
Well, they're debt, but like all the the taxes come in and it has to go to some bank, right? It's not just in the treasury, is it? Or is it? Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's what they were. Like, there was this bank, and then all the taxes, tariffs, and stuff, different things, the money went into
The
that bank.
loans
So,
were written through that bank for the government, right? Yeah.
yeah. So
And
I
when
don't
you do
know.
your income taxes, you're putting in your bank's routing number and all of that. What routing number is it going into?
Yeah.
Because that's the way the ACH system works. You got to put it somewhere, right?
So I'm saying, is there somewhere it's going, or is it just going to the treasury? But there's got to be a bank
Got
somewhere.
to be a bank.
handling it.
Yeah,
Like,
there has to be a
you know,
bank. Huh.
Huh. Your loan is 15 trillion? Nah, I don't need 15.
Yeah, just 14. We'll give
Yeah.
that to Ukraine. So that's where all money belongs.
Yeah.
Send it to Ukraine.
Yeah, we'll give $1 trillion to the Ukraine. We don't have a central government bank. Okay. Yeah, the biggest conspiracy of all, the plot to pair the power of the states into a central power. Like, I don't know. Like, okay, here's another conspiracy. This is John Wilkes Booth. All right.
Sure.
Yeah.
The assassination of Abraham Lincoln. When President Abraham Lincoln was shot by John Wilkes Booth on April 14th, 1865, it wasn't just a random act of violence. It was part of a broader conspiracy to destabilize the U.S. government in the aftermath of the Civil War.
But how did one man develop the means and the motive to kill the president at a time when America needed him most?
A famous actor with Confederate sympathies led a group of conspirators in a plot to kill not only Lincoln, but also Vice President Andrew Johnson and Secretary.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, either John Wilkes Booth or his brother saved Todd Lincoln's life when he was a small boy.
At the train station or something, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, years before all this. Like, and there's also a conspiracy that Todd Lincoln, or whatever, I think it's Todd Lincoln, his son, was present at every assassination and assassination attempt that happened.
Crazy, right? Like the lore with that kid. Like,
yeah, like
holy
he was
crap.
at the Teddy Roosevelt one. He was at he was here at this one. He was at like 4 or 5 different assassination attempts and that he was at. It's like, wow, maybe he's bad luck. Keep him away.
Yeah, it's just bad luck. Yeah, or he's from the future or something, and he's watching all the events.
What did he do with his life? Like, what would
Lincoln's son? I think he became like Secretary of the Navy or something, or Secretary of War or something. He was like a secretary in someone's cabinet.
Okay. Secretary.
Just a secretary? My God. Does he celebrate Secretary's Day and get
filing their
roses?
fucking notes from the meeting? Jesus Christ. He's writing.
Have you noticed on your screen, do you see how this is bright red and then this is like a pink here?
Yeah.
Have you been noticing that with YouTube on other stuff? Because I thought there was something wrong with one of my other TVs because I saw that on a TV I was watching earlier and I was like, why is it pink?
That's
I see it on your screen.
Now that you
it
say
must
it.
be a new thing. I don't know, showing.
See how it's red, but then this is pink here.
Does it drop down more?
Well,
Let's see if it goes totally pink at the
Captain
end.
Bipto says, mine is like that too. So
That's weird.
Yeah.
They must be changing something with
They're always changing stuff.
Secretary of State William Seward. The plan? Throw the country into chaos by decapitating its leadership.
But Booth's murder of President Abraham Lincoln is only part of the story. The rest is a hastily designed plan involving Southern sympathizers, abandoned kidnappings, wartime trials, and an attempt to decapitate the Union government just days after the end of the Civil War.
While Booth succeeded in killing Lincoln, his co-conspirators failed in their attempts on Johnson and Seward. Booth fled the scene, but was eventually tracked down and killed while other members of the conspiracy were captured and hanged. Here's the thing. Many still wonder how deep this conspiracy went. Were there more powerful figures behind the plot? Did Booth have financial or political backing from Confederate leaders? Or was he acting out of pure desperation and anger over the South's defeat?
Broken foot.
Also take a quick look at John H. Surratt, one of the key players in the Lincoln assassination conspiracy. Surratt, a Confederate sympathizer.
That's impressive.
That's crazy.
You could hurt yourself. You could actually break a leg.
How many times a week was he doing that shit?
That's how Booth broke his leg, actually.
Yeah.
Was part of John Wilkes Booth's original plan to kidnap Lincoln. On the night of the assassination, Surratt was out of town, conveniently avoiding involvement in the actual murder. After Lincoln's death, Surratt went on the run, fleeing to Canada and then Europe. He even served briefly in the Vatican's military before being captured in 1866. Despite his deep ties to the conspiracy, Surratt's 1867 trial ended in a hung jury, and he was never convicted.
And then John Surratt Jr. was introduced to John Wilkes Booth, the man who would assassinate Lincoln. John Jr. was recruited into the conspiracy to kidnap Lincoln, and Confederate agents then began to come to Mary's boarding house a lot. George Atzerodt and Lewis Powell would board at her townhouse for some time, and these became co-conspirators in the plot to kill Lincoln.
His mother, Mary Surratt, wasn't so lucky. She became the first woman executed by the U.S. government for her role in the plot. Surratt's escape and eventual acquittal add a fascinating twist to the Lincoln conspiracy, leaving us to wonder just how far-reaching this plot really was. The full extent of the conspiracy remains a subject of debate among historians, and the mystery surrounding Lincoln's assassination only adds to the enduring intrigue. So there you have it. 5 major conspiracies involving U.S. presidents in the 1700s and 1800s. From secret military plots to presidential backroom deals and economic war.
Yeah, didn't they execute that doctor too, who all he did, like someone showed up and he's like, I got a broken leg, can you help me? And so he set the leg and they executed him for helping him.
I think they did that too.
It's like,
it's a great story. The whole plot
where
with
the
those
whole
people. And
the
yeah.
whole saying comes from. Your name is Mud.
Oh,
It's Dr.
Oh
Mud.
yeah, right. That's right.
Yeah.
Warfare to assassination, American history is filled with moments of real scandals. Whether these stories were fueled by paranoia, ambition, or genuine plots, they remind us that
people are people, and people are idiots, and people do stupid things. And
I mean, I was hoping if he was going to talk about Lincoln, he might talk about why the Civil War started. That would be more interesting than the assassination. Like, who hasn't heard that story 10 million fucking times? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no, I agree.
Jeez. Yes, we know John Wilkes Booth was, either acting with some funding or not. It doesn't matter.
I tend to lean toward the side that he was just a loser.
Well, it depends on your viewpoint of the situation, right? If you're a Lincoln lover, he's a loser. Yeah, if you hate Lincoln, he's a hero. Right?
Well, maybe, but no. I'm not going with anybody killing anybody being a hero. So,
well, but what it did is it made Lincoln like this martyr forever, right? Like he's the best president we've ever had type of martyr.
Well, and in a way, the same thing happened with Kennedy. Everybody thought that John Kennedy would go down in history as a one-term president who was, not much of anything, but getting killed did kind of make him like immortal, so.
Well, he died, so he definitely wasn't immortal.
Well, you know what I mean. In terms of
infallible, yes.
They immortalized him.
Yes.
I'll be right back. Jim's correcting that language.
No Hat Jim versus Hat Jim. Let's vote in the chat here. Would you rather see Hat Jim or No Hat Jim? No Hat Jim seems to be like really, volatile and pushing the envelope. Who's your avatar? Is that a Dune character or what is that, Jim?
That's me as an Anunnaki.
Yep. Got to look down under that hat.
I look down on you.
Yes, look down. You look 10 years younger without a hat, by the way, Jim.
Do I?
Yeah, you look great without a hat. With a hat, people are saying, Jim's looking a little long in the tooth there, but no hat,
They get
Jim?
kind of long.
Yeah.
They get kind of long. So what's new? So when you think about the Al Smith dinner, did you see that?
Yes, that's every year, isn't it? That type of thing?
I don't know if it's every year or every 4 years. I know it's always
just around the election.
candidates. I think it's the two, like it's been like a.
We've seen them in the past where both candidates were there and they laughed and joked with each other,
Yeah, it was weird. Like they're saying the last time a president, a candidate didn't show up was, I think Mondale.
Yeah.
And he only won one state.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to have a thick skin to do this stuff. Do you remember a couple weeks back or something after the debate, 2 or 3 days later, Harris and Trump were standing next to each other and they actually like chit-chatted a little? It was kind of famous because they weren't, going at each other's throats and all of that. So I don't know. You should show up to these things. Those roasts are a big part of American history. Why not show up and laugh?
Well, it's weird too because Chuck Schumer was sitting right next to Trump and they were joking with each other and talking. And it's like, wait, I thought he's Hitler. What are you doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's all bullshit. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
All right, so I've got your video here, Mark.
I don't know if it's serious watch. It's the other side of like extreme. It's extreme, patriotism or whatever. So
Cool.
Yeah.
Star Spangled Banner as you've never heard it. 22 million views.
And they got the music going.
Yeah, it's great.
It sounds like Pat.
I know.
Yeah, well, yes, it is actually.
Strike.
Oh yeah. You're definitely gonna pay for this one.
Strike. Yeah.
Yeah, don't even attempt.
There was a lawyer once. His name was Francis Scott Key. He penned a song that I'm sure you're aware of. You've seen it. It's in most hymnals throughout our churches. It's called the national anthem. It is our song as an American. We go, however, to a ball game. We stand in our church services and we sing the words of that song, and they float over our minds and our lips, and we don't even realize what we're singing. Most of us have memorized it as a child, but we've never really thought about what it means. Let me tell you a story. Francis Scott Key was a lawyer in Baltimore. The colonies were engaged in vicious conflict with the mother country, Britain. Because of this conflict and the protractedness of it, they had accumulated prisoners on both sides. The American colonies had prisoners and the British had prisoners. And the American government initiated a move. They went to the British and they said, let us negotiate for the release of these prisoners. They said, we want to send a man out to discuss this with you. They were holding the American prisoners in boats about 1,000 yards offshore. And they said, we want to send a man by the name of Francis Scott Key. He will come out and negotiate to see if we can make a mutual exchange. On the appointed day, in a rowboat, he went out to this boat and he negotiated with the British officials. And they reached a conclusion that men could be exchanged on a one-for-one basis. Francis Scott Key, jubilant with the fact that he'd been successful, went down below in the boats, and what he found was a cargo hold full of humanity, men. And he said, men, I've got news for you tonight. You're free. He said, tonight I have negotiated successfully your return to the colonies. He said, you'll be taken out of this boat, out of this filth, out of your chains. As he went back up on board to arrange for their passage to the shore, the admiral came and he said, we have a slight problem. He said, we will still honor our commitment to release these men, but it'll be merely academic after tonight. It won't matter. And Francis Scott Key said, what do you mean? He said, well, Mr. Key, he said, tonight we have laid an ultimatum upon the colonies. Your people will either capitulate and lay down the colors of that flag that you think so much of, or you see that fort right over there, Fort Henry? He said, we're going to remove it from the face of the earth. He said, how are you going to do that? He said, if you will, scan the horizon of the sea. And as he looked, he could see hundreds of little dots. And he said, that's the entire British war fleet. He said, all of the gunpowder, all of the armament is being called upon to demolish that fort. It will be here within striking distance in a matter of about 2.5 hours. He said, the war is over. These men would be free anyway. He said, you can't shell that fort. He said, that's a large fort. He said, it's full of women and children. He says, it's predominantly not a military fort. He said, don't worry about it. They said, we've left them a way out. And he said, what's that? He said, do you see that flag way up on the rampart? He said, we have told them that if they will lower that flag, the shelling will stop immediately. And we'll know that they've surrendered, and you'll now be under British rule. Francis Scott Key went down below and told the men what was about to happen. And they said, how many ships? He said, hundreds. The ships got closer. Francis Scott Key went back up on top and he said, men, I'll shout down to you what's going on as we watch. As twilight began to fall, and as the haze hung over the ocean as it does at sunset, suddenly the British war fleet unleashed. He says the sound was deafening. There were so many guns that there were no reliefs. He said it was absolutely impossible to talk or hear. He said suddenly the sky, although dark, was suddenly lit. And he says from down below, all he could hear the men, the prisoners, saying was, tell us where the flag is. What have they done with the flag? Is the flag still flying over the rampart? Tell us. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours into the shelling. Every time the bomb would explode and it would be close to the flag, they could see the flag in the illuminated red glare of that bomb, and Francis Scott Key would report down to the men below, it's still up. It's not down. The admiral came and he said, your people are insane. He said, what's the matter with them? He said, don't they understand this is an impossible situation? Francis Scott Key said he remembered what George Washington had said. He said the thing that sets the American Christian apart from all other people in the world is he will die on his feet before he'll live on his knees. The admiral said, we have now instructed all of the guns to focus on the rampart to take that flag down. He said, we don't understand something. Our reconnaissance tells us that that flag has been hit directly again and again and again, and yet it's still flying. We don't understand that. But he said, now we're about to bring every gun for the next 3 hours to bear on that point. Francis Scott Key said the barrage was unmerciful. All that he could hear was the men down below praying. The prayer. God, keep that flag flying where we last saw it. Sunrise came. He said there was a heavy mist hanging over the land, but the rampart was tall enough. There stood the flag, completely nondescript, in shreds. The flagpole itself was at a crazy angle, but the flag was still at the top. Francis Scott Key went aboard and immediately went into Fort Henry to see what had happened. And what he'd found had happened was that that flagpole and that flag had suffered repetitious direct hits. And when hit had fallen, but men, fathers, who knew what it meant for that flag to be on the ground, although knowing that all of the British guns were trained on it, walked over and held it up humanly until they died. Their bodies were removed and others took their place. Francis Scott Key said what held that flagpole in place at that unusual angle were patriots' bodies. He penned the song, "Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming. O'er the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that the flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet fly and wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? The debt was demanded. The price, it was paid.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam?
Is that all Watermark singing?
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the staying in it. He flew through the night. There her flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. I know, patriotism is not the thing nowadays, but
it is in my
something like
house.
this is wonderful. Of course, there's a lot of BS in there, but damn, I love being an American. Wouldn't it be nice if we lived up to this?
Not asking for much, right?
No.
I'm gonna send this to my kids and wife. Get your fucking patriotism on. Not that they ever read my messages, but I'm sending it to them, doing my due diligence. What do you think, Jim?
It was cool.
It was cool.
Yeah.
It was cool. I liked it a lot.
Yeah,
Blessed
it's great.
is the nation whose God is the Lord. Psalm 33:12.
Now, interestingly enough, like a few hundred people reacted to this. There are these channels called reaction channels, Dave. I don't know if you've seen them, where they listen to music, they listen to videos, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Hundreds of people have done reaction videos to this over the years. And it's just, I've watched like 60 of them. And, most of them are people crying or whatever, say, oh my God, I didn't know America was so great. Yes, damn it, we are that great. So if you don't believe in this, fuck you. America's this great, people.
Why do you think we have people rushing across the border, dude? They don't have anything like I didn't understand the Rampart thing. I'm glad that video taught me that. Like he was actually on the ship viewing it from the Rampart.
Yeah, and there's the Rampart, which is a structure. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty fucking.
This is a short.
22 million videos or views on that video in 11 years. He even says in the comment, dude, I did not expect this to ever happen. To put together a video and upload it. So here it is. Wow. Good for you, bud. I'm gonna give that a like, of course. And his name is Mona Rose. Mona Rose. With the Bay Bridge in the picture, too. Who would have thought that? Those commie Californians. All right.
So this is just a video I saw that has your guys' favorite person, and they're going to talk about your guys' favorite person.
Wait. It says this little piggy. So
yeah, it's a
Miss
show
Piggy,
that
Neurotic's wife is in this.
No.
Miss Piggy.
No.
Oh, not that piggy. Okay.
It's a show called This Little Piggy. They pick people on the internet that do a lot of squealing.
Oh.
Vito.
Ready?
Okay.
Ready?
I guess you are part of it, but the Dabbleverse to me is not you, buddy. But go on. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to start off. Actually, Moody, I'm going to share this 1 year ago today.
Yeah. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, October
Gino.
18th, 2023. And this is what Aaron was talking about on his show, starting out the evening show.
Oh, he's picking on Aaron again?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Evening Show.
I'm Aaron. That's April.
Howdy.
I forgot about all the microphone adjustments that used to go on. As soon as the cameras come on, the mic has to be moved in such slight and intricate ways.
And April has to do her hair.
I forgot April was even on the show. I started watching after her time.
Right. I know. That's when it got interesting.
And it is our final evening show of the week. This is the last
Or
one. This is
ever.
the one where after it's over, we look at each other and we go, fuck, I'm going to bed. It's going to be a good one, though. First of all, an update from the L we took this morning. Had to take an L this morning. Got to take an L every once in a while. Got to throw
didn't get the
MSO to
$50 I
W,
needed.
so it feels good. I covered. I did. I went and covered after the show.
So fun. MSO's been around that long?
Yeah, I know. I didn't realize that this rivalry was been going on for over a year now.
This
I thought
is
that
nice.
was a
This is like
newer
catching
thing.
a season, catching a show like in season 3, and then now catching up. You know?
Right. Yeah. You go back to season 1 Seinfeld when no one was watching. You're like, holy shit. This is totally. I had no idea.
I gave Steel Toe Media Incorporated its cut, and we were good. And then somebody, a
that's
very
another thing
generous
that-
son of a bitch,
that we found out this
threw
week.
$100 at us
Carl.
while we were off the air.
Yeah.
He gave Steel Toe Inc. its cut. This week, we found out that when he gives Steel Toe, the way he phrases it is it's as if he's put money into Steel Toe Inc.
Correct.
But the way he said he does it is he gives himself a pay cut, but he sees that as giving something back to the company. It's such a weird thing where he's both like an employee and the owner of the place, where he draws a salary he's entitled to all the time.
Do you think as a radio guy, he needs to have like a corporate element? He's like, guys, Steel Toe Inc. is telling me I can't say this, but I'm going to say it anyways.
Yeah, being your own boss is not good for the morning
He's got an Air July NDA.
guy. That's a good point, Mike. It came out, I think this week, he's been saying forever that April had a $50,000 salary on Steel Toe.
Mhm.
And then it came out this week that is horseshit, as he would say. It was just like he was paying for her stuff. There wasn't actually a paycheck or money going anywhere.
It's exactly what I said, like I think a couple weeks ago, where he just put a number out there and their salaries all go into the same account and they pay household expenses from that. So yeah, her cut, he still needs it. Because
And
he's
again,
not the same
we
person.
shouldn't know any of this. No one else. Why is everyone talking about their income and the money they make? It doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Not our
Who cares?
business.
It's none of my business.
Just this morning, he was talking about getting sports tickets that cost around $300-400, and then going back to raising money for the goal. And then he went right into how much money he spent at the water park, the price of the tickets, then the price of the Dippin' Dots and the pizza, and then went right back into raising money for the goal, as if we see these as two separate things. This is all the same goal: the ticket, the water park, the tow. It's all just you, Aaron.
And it's crazy too, because he's been saying this week, if they hit like 3 or 4 more goals, then he's in the black and he doesn't have to stress about money anymore. So he's talking about numbers that are hundreds of dollars, could make or break him. But then he'll also be like, I bought a new jersey. I'm going to see this game for $300.
The bonkers thing is he sets his bar to be break even, which no business does that.
Gino's like, break even? That sounds amazing. How do you get there?
do it? Dude, he would make the way he played with money with us, and by that I mean lied. Like, when he would call us up, because all we did was nice things for fucking him. He called us up crying like a CUNT bitch, said, "Oh, it's true, she's leaving me. Can you guys cover for me?" So I'm like, okay. And I don't ask him for a penny. He can't fucking afford me. And I do the Friday show. I get up at 6 and it drags on till fucking 11. And it's like 11:15 and they're nowhere near the goal. And he'd be like, oh, they're 200 away. Be like, oh, someone just gave us 150 on PayPal. So we're within 100. We're within 50. So we'll do the extra bonus, when really he was probably down 300 and he was just hoping he'd make an extra $30 in overtime. And I'm like, oh, Christ, because I'm a nice fucking guy.
How annoying is that? You're doing this for free. He's asked you to do it for free, so you are, and then he counts money in front of you while you're spending 4 hours of your life with him.
He didn't even money. He was crying, and he didn't say. In his defense, he didn't say, "Can you do it for free?" I said, "It was just, hey, don't worry about it, dude. Don't worry about it," because he was crying. He was getting voice.
He let you offer it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and then that's when the insult came. We never asked for a penny, and when he started like making all the goals and giving me every 2 weeks, like, oh, I got paid. Here's $100 for you guys. So it was like 50 each. I'm like, I'm insulted by this. If you didn't give me any money, it would have been fine. But this is a kick in the cunt.
But you live where it's a very low cost of living, so you're probably fine with $50, right, Gino?
Oh, just keep doing the bits, dude. I'll fucking let you play your fucking game.
Oh, you guys are getting it for $150 tonight.
Damn.
Which makes me so happy. I mean, the lower the better. I told April, I go, the things we're working on.
Is that all?
I'm giving it a year.
Him is getting
get
to
him
the
done.
goal. Is that
I'm giving it a year because I'm
show
giving it
goal?
a year for that number to come down.
Whoa.
Because I said, The kids are getting to a certain age, and
Wow.
you know, I've been certain places in my broadcasting career where I'm like, you know what? In 1 year, I'm not good. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not playing music and sweating and doing this and going, hey guys, the only way I can stay on the air.
Well, technically he's right. He doesn't play the hype train music and he doesn't hold up the plate. So
Yes.
those two things are true. He has stopped doing those.
It's much sadder now.
Right. Yes. much worse.
There's way less
So the
energy,
stuff
and
we're
it's way
working
more
on to get that
depressing.
to a number where we're never going to do this again is, you know, we're going to get that done within a year, or you have my word, I'm out of here.
Interesting. We have
You
his
have
word
my word.
that he's going to be out of there if they don't
Damn
get
it.
to him.
No more goals. But you know what? Moody is right in that. Like, I remember probably around a year ago, I mentioned the goal in passing a couple times on my show where I was like, yeah, there's this guy, Aaron, that does this weird thing. It seems like he's doing like a fundraiser thing. But I never like investigated it more because he seemed like he did a fine enough show.
Yeah.
And then in the last year, it has just derailed so much and become so mockable that I've had no choice but to talk about it.
I think that's true of all of us. It's
Yeah.
gotten ridiculous. But not Rumble Rant Fridays.
Ugh.
You don't have to
Ugh,
worry.
please.
Rumble Fridays when you
When
can
all the
use,
fun,
naughty
that's
words.
where all the fun was, guys. The Rumble Rant Fridays.
Well, I'll show you what happened just this morning. As soon as he goes off of YouTube, that's when he can start being his hilarious shock jock self.
Check it out. Take a look. See. Very excited. All right, let's say goodbye to YouTube, and then we can say all our naughty words. Bye, everybody. Those faggots be gone, homie.
Wow.
It's officially Faggot Friday on Steel Toe.
Am I listening to Howard Stern in the 90s? What's going on right now? This is really bringing me back.
He's working on a sizzle reel for his radio presenter audition.
Right. Yes. He's going to be back on the radio. That was a fascinating thing that happened this week. I think I put it on WTP, where he doesn't know where he's at with his job getting back on the radio, and he's afraid to reach out to them because he doesn't want to hear bad news. So he won't even email his future employer, quote unquote future employer, to find out if the deal is still on.
Well, remember the last time he brought up that radio gig a few months ago where
I guess that deal didn't happen, did it, Jim?
He did the live show. And they started the homo chant and all that. And on
Yes.
that Monday, he was celebrating. And then later in the week, he just randomly goes, guys, that really wasn't cool that you did that. And then you see a clip like that on Rumble. It's like, Aaron, you do that. Why are you pretending you don't?
Right. All right. Because we have Gino here, I really want to get your reaction to some of this stuff because for some reason, Aaron is watching MLC watch you. He can't just watch you directly. He has to make an extra layer of annoying. But let's get into it because obviously everyone's concerned about Gino's wedding and his honeymoon. That's all anyone can talk about. Who was at the wedding? Who wasn't at the wedding?
Did everyone get a Skittle?
What
Like,
does
is
cake
that
taste like? Most fascinating stuff going on right now. So they're talking about it.
But the honeymoon, though, is like, that's important. Don't just go back to your dog shit life. Like April and I got married, and then we fucking stayed in Vegas for 3 or 4 days.
And then
Yeah, Gino, why can't you be more like Aaron and stay in Vegas for 3 days?
with another man in their room?
Gino, we can't hear you now, buddy. I'm sorry. That's interesting.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, well, there you go.
No, we
You
got
can't hear me
married
now?
on a Friday, and then
I can hear you
Saturday,
now.
Sunday, Monday we spent. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We spent 4 more days in Las Vegas for our honeymoon and just went to beautiful restaurants, and it was a great time. And hey, how'd that end up, by the way? Damn it! Of course.
Can I ask you guys something?
Yes,
I can name
of course.
I can honestly say the last 4 weddings I went to, no one went on a honeymoon afterwards. I mean,
I
you
didn't
can
go on
say
a
how much.
honeymoon after my wedding.
I mean, this is
Why
the
would they bother?
Dabbleverse, and again, I don't think you're
I
in it
know.
because the Dabbleverse are lying, coping pieces of fucking cock-sucking garbage shit. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, that's us. Yeah, you got it.
Oh, you're right. Guilty.
Yes.
But do you understand?
Earlier.
Like, it's like you got married in Vegas to a fucking woman that you were so insecure with. You hired her on your show and she sucked a bigger dick than she did at the Ricada house. And you're like, yeah, but we just stayed in Vegas. It is the cope of all copes. And I would bring up the Skittle wedding cake, but I have a feeling that's our closer. So I'll just bite my tongue and let you keep going. But again, who goes on a honeymoon in this day and age unless they're, or I should say in our business, normal people, normies, grown-ups, civilians that hate their jobs, and they're like, I just got to get away. And they work at a job they fucking hate just to make the money so they can go someplace nice.
And technically, if you go to Vegas to get married and stay in Vegas for 3 days after you get married, that's not considered going on a honeymoon. Going on a honeymoon is going somewhere else.
Yeah, if you get married there, that's your destination, right? The honeymoon where you go after.
It's considered a destination wedding, right?
But this is all very negative. This is people immersed in this world. This online world that they don't see any of this. people, 99% of people are not here. They're not watching this. They're not on Twitter. They're wherever.
Yeah,
and
they're
there are
not.
still honeymoons, and there are still people in love, and
I never went on a honeymoon.
Well, see, this guy Gino just got married to Low Watermark's favorite person, Keanu.
No. No, Keanu is not at all.
And so that's why. And
I feel bad for him. By the way,
they actually got it was actually a destination wedding. They went to South Carolina from New York to get married,
and then went home.
And then they stayed in South Carolina for 3 days and then went home.
And then forced their bridal party to go there, spend all that money. Destination weddings mean that the people that you have in your bridal party take shit tons of money, people.
And your guests.
Don't do that. Yeah, and the guests too. Jesus. And they get angry at you if you don't go. Screw you, people.
My point is, it's the exact same thing that Aaron did.
Oh.
Yeah, Aaron got married in Vegas and just stayed over a few nights.
They got married in South Carolina and stayed there a few nights.
Yeah.
But
not really a honeymoon. I'm saying it's the same thing that Aaron said he did.
Can I say a sentence that's never came out of my mouth when I'm talking to a dude?
What?
Where'd you go for your honeymoon? Like, it's
yeah.
like, oh, you just got married. Oh, where'd you go on your
Don't
honeymoon?
ask that.
Never ever comes out. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't even know they got married half the time.
You
God.
might ask other questions about what happened that night, but not where did you go.
Reno and Tahoe.
Tahoe.
Yeah.
I've never been there.
Oh, Tahoe's awesome.
Which is the city there that has hookers? It's Reno. Is that
Reno,
where-
that's in Vegas. Yeah.
Well, if you're going to go somewhere, go to Reno, not Tahoe.
Isn't Reno or Tahoe? Don't they have a bunch of casinos and shit out there too, Jim?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Jim likes to throw some money on the table.
Too much.
Do you have EVS's winning streak there, Jim?
No.
Does anybody have EVS's winning streak?
No. All these people always talk about, how they win all this money. I'm like, well, what do you do with all the money? I mean, I've been up huge. I just never leave with it.
Yeah. Well, if you pick it up and you walk away,
dude, I've been to Vegas one time. I didn't win shit, but I didn't play. I just, threw some money in slots and shit. My wife, I think she threw probably a total of $100 in. She walked away with $2,400 cash. I said, "We're going the fuck
paid
home."
for your trip.
Well, the boss even paid for the trip. So I'm like, yeah, we're not going back down to the slots. She hit like a $1,800 or $1,900 jackpot and a $500 or $600 jackpot. I was just like, oh, well, aren't you the luckiest mother effer in the world? But it was fun. I did enjoy Vegas. I had a good time. There's a lot to see, not just the casinos, but even the casinos are impressive, Jim.
Yeah.
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 It's amazing.
But no one goes on a honeymoon. That's, you know what I mean.
No, it's not that crazy that you wouldn't go on a honeymoon immediately. Go on.
It's the second most outdated tradition next to the cake. I couldn't resist. Sorry, guys.
Fair
Go.
enough. All right, you guys want to see some steel toe wackiness real quick? Let's get the mood. Let's lighten up the mood a little bit with this
Nothing
bit.
today. Hold on, can we do something? I want to change my camera size. I want to be the third member of MLC. Can I get myself? There we go.
Who's MLC?
Look, I'm the third member of
Haven't
MLC.
Brennan.
Hey, down here.
Misery loves company.
Doesn't all have to be funny. I can be a douche.
I love that. He realized how bad that was. And he goes, guys, look at not everything I say is going to be hilarious. Okay, there's
Try one thing, Aaron.
If I can point something out about him being on MLC, and this might be not like one of the first times I turned on the toe was I did a show and he was, and he was talking about doing MLC, and he did it when all hell broke loose. We all know that, right?
Yep.
And then he did it again. I came home a week later and I'm like, Keanu, why is he on MLC now? Because he fucking loves the fucking attention.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
There's another thing that's going on this week. Speaking of MLC, he is in love with Chad Zumach. He is ball washing the Z-Man all over the place, hoping for Chad's approval or something. We'll get into it. We have some clips, but first,
Do they
let's
not like
focus on
MLC?
the man of the hour here.
I'll be honest, this is kind of hard for me to watch. This is kind of sad because this guy was my friend.
Well, Gino doesn't get along with Kevin Brennan because Gino gave out Kevin Brennan's phone number on an episode of In Hot Water about a year ago, and Kevin Brennan came to the studio and chased him around the studio and said, "I'll kill you, you effing something or other." It's anyway,
Not like the Ripper warehouse where people are.
Did they get it on tape?
Oh, it's on tape. Yeah.
No,
really?
Yeah, it's on tape. It's funny. It's look at you, fucking daddy.
Isn't a fucking? Was it a bit? You think?
No, it wasn't a bit. And yeah, and then Kevin did something and like slammed the door. It slammed the door so hard on the studio that it did shook something in like a junction box and knocked the whole power out for the studio, and the show went down. And they had wasn't a bit.
Yeah, exactly, Ration. I'm class clown, but not everyone gets my humor. Like, of course, like, oh my god.
And he's losing his mind. And a lot of the reason he's losing his mind is the woman he's with is causing him to lose his mind. And
it's pretty rich coming from him to say that. He's talking about you, Gino.
Yeah, it's amazing. Go on. Okay.
All right.
I know he loves her and love is blind and all that. And I've been where he is. This is kind of what makes me sad is I've been where Gino is.
I love advice, Aaron. I've got my shit figured out. Let me explain to you what you guys are doing wrong. And do you get your advice from him?
Well, no, Gino, you pointed it out earlier. It's how Aaron met April that makes him the villain. You don't sweep a student into your world like that and not realize everyone is on her side now because we're all seeing it from her point of view. You're the villain who came in and changed her life. And looking at where this has ended, I understand Aaron has to be the kind of teacher and he has to act like he knows it all to even just communicate. He has to hit you from a place from above. But to think anyone is going to take marriage counseling from him is so delusional. It's disturbing.
Imagine being married to him and like at the end of the day when you're like airing out his grievances, he like taps on his knee a couple times, like, "Take a seat, honey. Let me explain to you how the world works."
He said it at the beginning of this broadcast when he was like, when the Friday is done and the week of broadcasting is done and we finally look at each other for the first time. Yeah, I bet a lot of shit happens because you're not allowed to make eye contact with him on this show. And it's crazy to watch a married couple doing that. Like they threaten to sometimes, but they never quite do because the camera would just break.
Adam pointed this out on the show, and I don't know why I never thought of this before. Every time I podcast with people in the room with me, I sit across from them. And for some reason, Aaron sets it up so he's next to his co-host, and they never look at each other. It's very awkward.
I remember what got me hooked on Aaron was when he was talking about, he was playing the Nick Rekieta video where Rekieta was all fucked up.
Yeah.
And he's screaming at the video and he's going, at his best, this was a good man. And I feel like that's the speech Gino's about to get in this clip.
Yes, I think you're right.
And if I can simp for my two guys, Garrett and Steve, they're doing their show. It's Monday through Thursday, 8 o'clock on the tube. They said it perfectly. Like Gino has a meltdown. He's like, Gino talks like this all the time.
I know.
This is Gino just talking.
I thought that was funny. So it's like, well, you can tell this guy's made a huge mistake and he knows it. He's melting down. It's like, no, I've known Gino for years. This is
how Gino talks.
Where you're telling the whole world, like, fuck you, I love her. But all the rest of the world is trying to say is, bro, you're not yourself. Red flags, man. Sorry, dude. She's dragging you to hell and you're going with because she's pretty. I'm sorry, Gene, but like the really vapid, pretty ones will always burn you and leave you dry.
Wow. This is a man who is very bitter about his ex still. I am telling you, he is still in love with April. I guarantee he imagines April when he's banging slam piece. It's all he thinks about. You can tell.
Probably.
He has a new slam piece?
Yes.
Oh, God.
They always will. The beautiful, striking, decent human beings who don't do shit like that, those are the ones that you hit your
wasn't he the striking one in the relationship? You get it, he hit the bitch. All right, go on.
I know. The whole chat is probably going, Aaron giving relationship advice is like Aaron giving nutrition advice. But as
pretty good self-deprecation there, huh? Hey guys, I also eat junk food. Let's not forget that. I got some flaws, huh?
Self-awareness.
Watch out. Sometimes I'll have a snack cake.
Joey Knish said, Gino, I'm your Joey Knish. I'm giving you the book I wrote off of my own beats.
Honeymoon? I mean, you can't even make this up.
Gino, you
Thank
look
God,
really...
Gino. Thank you, Gino, because I thought I was going to have to watch Shuli and those clowns watch Stuttering John. So thank you, Gino. Thanks.
That's where I actually break with Kevin Brennan a little bit. I've always said this.
Oh, boy. Okay, I love what it's stuff he's always said. All right, you ready for some more advice, Gino?
I got it. Hold on. Let's go.
All right, good. I don't know if you've seen this yet or not. I don't know if you've seen Aaron's take on MLC on you.
I saw clips of this, but not clips of Aaron talking about it.
Beautiful. Okay, good. I was hoping we surprise you with this.
But I am fascinated by it, though. Whoever told us to check out this clip, it is interesting because, like, I wish I could teach some of these people that just get fucking trolled to the extreme and get the shit beat out of them, like Gino and Keanu. I wish I could. I wish I could teach them, like, guys, you don't have to watch everything about yourself. You don't have to read. As a matter of fact, my advice would be do what I do. Don't read or watch anything about
Do you believe he's not reading or watching anything about him? Are you out of your fucking
Gino,
mind?
let me give you just one example.
Please.
We had your
Good
wife on
God.
the show, and she talked about how April told her when you guys were over at their house, that Aaron doesn't like the super chats up on the screen. Don't put the super chats up on the screen. And so we exposed the fact that it's not because he doesn't know how to do it. It's because he doesn't want to put them up on the screen. The very next Monday, super chats are going up on the screen.
Yeah.
You think he's not paying attention?
He's
Is that
hilarious.
true?
Well, 5 seconds ago, what did he say? It's like, I don't remember who sent me this.
Why
You
wouldn't you
sent
wanna
it to
put
you.
the
He
super
watched
chats
it
in the
and said,
screen?
I'm going to say someone sent this tonight.
That's another thing that happened
Not-
this week is
Is
that
that
he
a-
showed his
that's a Cater
DMs, his
thing,
Twitter
isn't it?
DMs, and
Yeah.
he's in conversations with all the
Not,
clips.
not everybody knows
So
how
it's
to
like
do
it's
all
him
the
with
things.
Will
and-
Heron and My Lost Interest and all these people just going back and forth. He loves this. Yes, to act like he's not watching this stuff and paying attention to it is a bold-faced lie, obviously. But I love that he's giving you advice as if he knows that you're sitting there on the internet reading
So
every
Aaron
message
is
board
in
going, what are they
jail.
saying about me today?
Didn't he go to jail? Jesus Christ.
He got arrested. I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention. I just saw this and I thought it was funny.
Yeah, it is, but
It's pretty long though.
Yeah, it's long.
But the question people want to know, Dave, is did Aaron make his daily nut for this? You know, I mean, does he have the money for his electric bill? Is DSP coming after him saying, dude, I need your money? No, come on. Is Aaron making money? Come on, people.
I don't know.
losing all his
I don't
fame.
get it. I just don't understand why people think they need to do that. Like remind people of how much money they need to make every day. Like,
So isn't that from a while ago? Because didn't Aaron have to stop having a co-host because he couldn't pay his co-host anymore?
Probably from a while ago. They
Yeah,
were pulling-
it's older. Yeah, it's older.
Well, yeah. Well, the one with April was definitely older.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, I don't like the guy. I've never watched one of his streams. Have you, Mark?
No. Hey, Dave, did you hear that supposedly Nick Rekieta is dead?
That's what Jim said tonight earlier.
I didn't know. I said that
No,
someone
you
in the
said
chat.
somebody put it out there, right? Yeah. Like that was a quick.
I mean,
death.
it's been a long time since he's been on, but I don't know that he's dead. But who knows?
I did. Let's see.
I guess I don't have any locals. Do I not have a locals thing from him saying, "Hey guys, I'm not dead"?
No, and God, I turned off all my notifications on my phone because it kept waking me up. I turned off locals, YouTube, X, the Weather Channel, a few others. But yeah, I haven't had notifications in a long time. And Nick hasn't done anything.
No,
I don't
he
think he's
hasn't
done
done
anything.
Nope, hasn't done anything.
Yeah, it's weird. I did.
You did what?
Get a text from him on Tuesday.
Well, that's not too long ago. So he was live on Tuesday. Thank you, Jim, for the wellness check.
Was it a positive text?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I died the other day. It's not so bad. Ugh. Yeah, I feel it, Chris.
Oh, God. Turning notifications off, people. Do it. Jesus Christ. And you know what? Blue Gundam joined Twitter because he wanted to, get, DMs and all of that. But get the fuck off Twitter, people. Stop listening to this shit. I keep thinking, I got to stop. But I'm there for the DMs because I want to be able to hear from Dave and Katie and Jim and others. But damn, people, the world is not Twitter. Get the fuck
What would
off.
happen- what would happen on Twitter if you just unfollowed everybody except for the people you want to DM, would your feed be just completely different? Would it be a different experience completely?
Oh, it'd be cool if you could just say, I only want to see in my feed the people I follow or follow me.
Right.
That'd be great.
So, I mean, if you just said, I'm not following anybody except for these, 10 people, and that's just your feed along with some news headlines, would that be a different experience?
Oh, yeah.
That'd
I
be
don't want to
cool.
see all the politics. I don't want to see all the bullshit I'm saying.
Oh shit! It's 2:00 in the morning.
Is it already?
It's Friday, Jim. Come on, get a life.
Yeah, he's had a long day though. He's been busy all day.
Haven't we all? Come on.
Yeah.
Jim is partying.
That is what you should
I
do.
wish.
Can you do that? Can I go in there and just unfollow all these people that you followed when you started? You know what I'm saying, Mark?
Yeah, you can. And like I told you, ARA room and green room. So I turned off notifications for all of those because they wake me up all night long. I mean, somebody in Australia that was funny, and it's 3 a.m. and it go beep beep beep. Somebody said it's funny. Well, fuck you. Stop that.
Yeah, I don't get notified either on anything. I like if I do, it's just the red screen, like the little red notification in your app to say, hey, there's something there, but I don't get the fucking
no beep or
nothing.
Oh God, I hate that.
The problem is I don't know how to do it on my stupid watch, and you'd think it would just work on the watch if you're doing it on your phone, but maybe I got to go to the watch app. Who the fuck knows?
Do you have a 16-pound hammer, Dave? Because I think we can solve this problem.
Yeah, no shit.
I think you only need a 4-pound sledge for that.
Yeah, I can turn off notification. Oh, okay. Wow. So X off. They're the worst. Those are the worst notifications because they can come in waves. So they're off now on the watch. It won't bother me when I'm sleeping. I don't follow John Cusack, but then I saw he was hilariously unhinged versus Israel. Yada, yada, yada. I'm following John Cusack. Oh, my goodness, Rocky. So, Jim, you got to check out.
Yeah, if you want to pull this up real quick. EVS announced that Ultra Warts and All, Even Completers 90 Cyberfrog hardcover coming next week to Indiegogo. So this is Warts and All. He sold out of. I have it. It's the collection of all the stuff from when it was on Harris Comics and different stuff from the 90s. So I guess he's putting it out again with a new deluxe hardcover.
The Even Completer. So he's adding more stuff to it also?
I guess.
So, what? Come on, man. And you're going to buy it, aren't you, Jim?
I don't think so. I already have it. Why would I buy? You know what I mean? I'm going to buy it just because it's got a new cover, new box.
Is there any more story or art that he can add? Is he doing anything? Same shit, new box.
Aren't these? Right. Yeah, they're just extra drawings and. All right, great. All right, stop. Look at this image, Dave. Okay, now when I first started buying comics, it was in the 70s. I was like 11, 12 years old. I went down to the store and, each week there would be, 1 or 2 more, Fantastic Four or Thor or whatever. Look at this image, Dave. This is really busy. All right, I'm going to say 2 things. One, this is brilliant, okay? This is, EVS drawing this shit. It's amazing. I can't see any of it. I look at this and it's a mess to me. So I love EVS. I've supported him. I can't see shit in this. The black and whites are worse. No coloring. You can't see anything. At least with this, okay, Heather is in the middle. She's kind of cute.
This is
Cyberfrog's a little over there. That's okay. But it's too busy. I can't see shit here.
This is Rumblebee. No, I don't know.
I know. It's too much. I think you said this a week or so ago, Dave. You said there's too much activity on the page. I can't see it. I don't understand what's going on. I want Thor in a big, breakout page, hammer forward, lightning over his head, and I want Thor lightning hammer. There's so much in here.
Or just an Archie book, right? Like,
yeah, it's simple. I can see it. I can understand it. This is brilliant, but like a lot of art, brilliant doesn't mean I like it.
Sure, right.
It's too complicated, people. EVS, please, just draw a few panels, put the book out. All of this, it took me 3 months to draw this page. Stop drawing those pages. Jesus Christ.
Here you go, Mark.
Yes, exactly. That's my Thor, by the way. The blonde guy with the hammer. When I was young, that's my Thor.
Or the Avengers.
Yep. Oh,
yep.
Namor, because he's Hispanic now. Whatever.
Yeah.
Namor.
So. Did you know there was an Avengers West Coast?
I hope that doesn't mean what I think it means with California.
No, it's actual book. Avengers West Coast.
What is that? Wow.
You can't have him. You can't have the Vision. We didn't want him, Scarlet Witch. We want you.
Oh.
There you go. And then just not too busy, right? That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you want.
Pretty cool, huh? Yep. And then you've got your Dungeons and Dragons in the back cover.
Wait, where are the X-ray vision glasses, Dave? They must be in there somewhere.
I've got my Nintendo. So Operation Wolf. Take no prisoners. So the ads were half as good as the books a lot of times.
Wait, you mean it's not Ripa's wife selling her wares?
Yeah.
I got like
that cost them $300,000 posters.
So this is a serious ad for a comic book. It says serious business. No one takes comic book collecting more serious than we do. If you're a hardcore comic book collector, subscribe to Westfield Comic Subscription Service. Serious savings. We provide the best in current comics and fan-related materials at 25 to 35% off cover price.